Hello, good morning and a very warm welcome to another weekend's action in the FA National Futsal Series, and it's another new venue for this weekend's games too. We're live from the Andover Leisure Centre as we have 3 games in the Women's Tier 1 for you on the card today, and we begin with Bloomsbury taking on Hartpury. Excited for what this weekend then has in store. Here are the fixtures for today's games. As I say, Bloomsbury up against Hartpury to get us underway. At 1 p.m. we will have Bolton up against the league leaders in Birmingham WLV, and at 3 p.m. it's Southampton Aztecas taking on London Helvecia. We are just awaiting the emergence of the two teams out onto the court, and then we will be ready to begin. All eyes today on the women's side of things before attention will turn to the men tomorrow. Bloomsbury currently in second place in the women's Tier 1 with 12 points, having been deducted 3. It moves them down to second. Hartpury find themselves in 5th. It's a big game to get the weekend's action underway as the teams make their way out onto court. I will now run you through the two team lineups. Bloomsbury then, they have in goal number 1 Alice Hartness Armstrong, number 2 the captain Helena Scotland, 8 Gemma Aldine, 10 Paola Sanchez, and number 16 Rosanna Frith Salem. On the substitutes bench, number 3 Dalia Sala, 5 Estefi Salas, 6 Dana Manak, 9 Hannah Crackman, 11 Tessa Long, 12 Ashley Lewis Chaudinay, 14 is Merce Portabella, and number 18 as well, Jasmine Whitehead Shakes. The Bloomsbury coach, as always, is Liam Francis. For Hartpury then, it's a much more depleted squad, as you can see there. Just the one substitute available to Paul McHugh. He opts to start Georgie Gresham on the sidelines, so the starting 5 is made up of the goalkeeper Katie Christopher, captain Sammy Holsworth, Jade Grove, Amy Wathen and Kerry Walclitt. Your referees for today's game, by the way, our first official Ollie Rodriguez Ballinger, second referee Harry Waldron, and the timekeeper is Andrew Thompson. Since it might be a difficult task then not to preempt things too much, but I'm sure they will be aware of the threat that Bloomsbury pose Hartpury. Paul McHugh just with some final words of wisdom before his side will join Bloomsbury on court. As you can see there, the two captains coming together in the centre circle. Helena Scotland, the number 2 for Bloomsbury, with the armband, and Sammy Holsworth is the skipper for Hartpury. Since it's important then that Hartpury do start fast if they are to get something from this game. Bloomsbury, of course, will be able to make a whole host of changes across the course of it. Hartpury just with the one substitute. That will inevitably play into the hands of Liam Francis' side as the game progresses. But can Hartpury keep them at bay and ask them questions of their own from the off? It's an interesting dynamic for Bloomsbury, isn't it? Because they'll be wanting to regain that top spot. They are the side who've won the most games in the Women's Tier 1 this season, but having been deducted the 3 points after fielding an ineligible player against Bolton earlier on in the season, they've dropped down to second. We are underway then. The weekend's action begins with Hartpury kicking from left to right, and their red strip today. Wathen forward down the line to Kerry Walcliffe, and it's out for a kick in on the near side. Set back there for Wathen, it's towards the back stick for Grove. That was a promising early sign for Hartpury. Couldn't make it count though. Up to Grove, round the corner for Wathen. Wathen did just keep that in on the far side as well. And Grove will settle for the corner. This is a good start for Paul McHugh's side. Experienced Bloomsbury goalkeeper Alice Hartness-Armstrong just aligning her 4 on-court players. It's a turn on the spin and shot on the spin from number 55, Kerry Walcliffe. Comfortable take for Hartness-Armstrong, but an early effort on goal nonetheless. Sanchez's ball up there to Aldine, but she's been dispossessed. Great challenge from Helena Scotland across there on the right side to defend for Bloomsbury. Went in really strong and won the ball well off Sammy Holsworth. Just to point out as well, it is the makeshift red and white taped lines on the court, which is far from ideal, but both sets of players will have to get used to that. No confusion with the other whole host of lines that are down on the sports hall floor. Oh, that's flicked goal bound by Grove. That's a couple of times now that she's just found herself in space right in front of the Hartness-Armstrong goal. Hasn't been able to turn either of them in, but promising signs again. Stays 0-0 with the first minute and a half played. Ruth Salem sets that for Helena Scotland. It's out for take 2. Ruth Salem this time with a deeper setback for Scotland. And Bloomsbury happy to go all the way back to their goalkeeper. And Hartness-Armstrong will play out with Scotland again. Scotland dispossessed there though. Hartpury kicking. Lofty forward into the feet of Grove as the pivot. Wathen trying to feed it through up to Holsworth, but again Scotland was there. Aldine happy to go back to Hartness-Armstrong again. And that's for Salem. For Salem in search of Scotland, but the pass wasn't quite precise enough. Bloomsbury looking though just to settle down after that early quick start from Hartpury. Lofty pass forward, and Sanchez put that one into a dangerous area, but nobody on the end of it for Bloomsbury. Aldine perhaps just caught on her heels. It's a decently cushioned ball into the box from wide left. Up to Grove, back to goal again. Grove went for the return pass there, didn't quite run all the way through to her. If it had done, she might have been in on goal, but Bloomsbury here looking to break away themselves. Good challenge from Amy Wathen in defence for Hartpury. This one started at a good pace though. And as you can see already, Bloomsbury opting to make a full change of the quartet with 4 new players onto court. One of those is Hannah Crackman as she picks up possession here. Wasn't controlled by Lewis Chaudinay, the number 12. Chaudinay pressing high, looking to win the ball back for Bloomsbury, and the error came about subsequently. Four goals so far this campaign in 5 games for Hannah Crackman. She'll be looking to add to that today, but here's Lewis Chaudinay. Crackman was in close attendance, Bloomsbury kicking. Set for the strike, goal bound. And Tessa Long testing Christopher, who got down quickly to make the stop with her right foot. Tessa Long, who is Bloomsbury's top scorer this season, with 1 more than Crackman, the 5 goals that she scored in the Tier 1 matches. Here's Crackman. Game's allowed to continue, and that's deflected. There's some question towards the referee on the near side there, Rodriguez Ballinger. I'm not sure exactly what for. Bloomsbury corner. They try to work it through the middle of the defensive Y structure into Crackman, and momentarily looked as though she might have half an opening there, Hannah Crackman, but wasn't to be for her in the end. Referee again just indicating the taped red and white line. It's not the easiest to see, it must be said. Here's Long. Lewis Chaudinay. Back to Long. 2 Bloomsbury players went bundling into each other there, and I think it was Lewis Chaudinay who got the final touch as it went out behind. Inadvertently deflected. Long's effort well wide of goal. But definitely now just beginning to settle, and that will please Liam Francis. Katie Christopher back in net today for Hartpury. She sends that one up there to Groves. Oh, it's a loose touch. Lewis Chaudinay's there, but maybe just a bit over eager to win the ball there, Lewis Chaudinay, and simple decision for the referee. Could have proved to be a sticky situation for Hartpury with the heavy touch backward. Lewis Chaudinay not quite getting the challenge right. The first foul of the game, which goes against Bloomsbury. It's a shot on the turn again for Grove, and it's gone behind again for another set piece. She's such a useful outlet for Hartpury, so integral really to the way in which they play. Jade Grove. If she's on it today, then certainly Bloomsbury will be asked questions defensively, that's for sure. Holsworth managed to just screen the defender in Lewis Chaudinay as well there, following the kick in which she took herself. Armstrong drops it short as Hartpury again retreat back to half court. It's deeper than half court, in fact, isn't it really? It's a low block for Hartpury. It's cut all the way through though to Lewis Chaudinay. The goalkeeper Christopher was sent down to ground and did enough in the end to turn it behind. Well, it was a low block that Hartpury were looking to employ defensively, but diagonal pass seemed to evade all 4 Hartpury defenders. Coming to the rescue there, Christopher. Long digging out the shot from the subsequent set piece, but never going to test the goalkeeper that time. Crackman, good challenge by Wathen. Really competitive opening. Grove on the turn into the side netting. Played 5 minutes here at the Andover Leisure Centre. Still goalless between Bloomsbury and Hartpury in the opening game of the day, the opening game of this weekend's action. in the National Futsal Series. Crackman tried to anticipate the defensive intervention from Waltham. It came, but with no touch, so behind for a Hartpury restart and goal clearance. Who's Chodine here? Good challenge, Walcliffe. This is long. Crackman might look to go 1v1 down the left flank. Crackman instead tried to pick the return ball again through the middle of the Hartpury defensive structure. Crackman couldn't feed it through that time. Only to Georgie Gresham, freshly on for Hartpury. Gresham. That time back to Portobello though, and it's the Bloomsbury number 14 who's taken that one up and over halfway, but running into only Grove. Here's Walcliffe. Wathen. Gresham tried to find Grove. Maybe not quite on the same page as the Hartpury pivot, as again Bloomsbury will make a change of all four. Two of those that began the game back onto court for Liam Francis's side in Gemma Aldine and Paula Sanchez. And they're joined by Dalia Sala and Steffi Salas, making up the five on court, along with, of course, Hartness Armstrong. Given away there by Hartpury inside their own half, but given straight back to them. Likewise, though, now Sanchez. This is Salah. Could only prod the ball goal bound, and it's comfortable for Christopher. Grove did manage to keep that in. Bloomsbury still looking to press high. There's a real contrast in the way in which the teams are defending. It's probably to be expected though going into the game. Hartpury surely would have been aware that Bloomsbury would come out and press them like they have. And so far, being able to sustain that pressure. Up to Grove as the outlet again. Grove inside, and it's straight at Hartness Armstrong. Either side of her, and the goalkeeper might have had a problem there. Tried to quickly set the transitional attack alight as well, Hartness Armstrong, but out down the other end. Christopher under pressure as she turned there. Almost ended up, well, did end up with her back to goal momentarily. Here's Grove though, might be in here for Hartpury. Only straight at the goalkeeper again. Probably the best chance that either side have managed to fashion so far. There might be one for Bloomsbury down the other end. Straight at the goalkeeper. Forward again though to Grove. Lively first quarter of the game so far. Both sides appealing for that, but the referee gives it the way of Bloomsbury. It's a reprieve in defence for them after that Jade Grove opportunity. Good chance as she managed to turn and had a clean route to goal. Wasn't on the money with the finish. Here's Aldine. No option to her right there. There were three Bloomsbury players, her three on-court Bloomsbury teammates ahead of the ball. Subsequent overturn of possession. Hartpury kicking. Stays 0-0. Just the one foul as well so far. Walcliffe. She takes that kicking back. Walcliffe again picks up possession inside the centre circle. Up to Grove, and again it bypasses the first three Bloomsbury defenders. Maybe not quite closing off that pass enough. Certainly not screened off, is it? The middle seems to be open for Hartpury to play through. On plenty an occasion so far. On plenty an occasion. Bloomsbury have tried passes not dissimilar to that. The longer, maybe diagonal balls forward that haven't yet come off for them. That'll be a kick in for Bloomsbury. Scotland left with the whole half to herself. Salas. Bloomsbury ball again. Can they knock on and break down the Hartpury door from this set play? Set for Salas and blocked away again. Let's see what Bloomsbury look to work from this one. Whether it will be another set and shot for goal or something more inquisitive. Goes all the way across to Scotland. The follow-up pass was poor. Holsworth. Ball clears. Across to slide and make the block was Dalia Salah. Salah wearing 3 and Salas wearing 5 for Bloomsbury today. Nearly at the midway point of this first half, still 0-0. So Paula Sanchez is making her way around onto the far side of the court. Not quite sure what that's about. Whether it's an injury concern. Bloomsbury come forwards. Scotland did manage to find Salas, but was asking a lot of her teammates. Yeah, just had to latch onto the end of it and wasn't able to turn it goal bound. Scotland prods that one forward. Was she fouled there, Scotland? Yes, says the referee, who tried to play the advantage and in the end opted to bring it back for the prior foul and subsequent free kick that Bloomsbury will here have. One apiece on the foul count. Georgie Gresham, I think, arguing the case that she couldn't get out of the way of the contact from Scotland, but it was certainly the Bloomsbury skipper that met the ball first. Crackman. It's Tessa Long. Good ball forward up to Crackman, back into Long. Crackman there, though, dispossessed by Walcliffe. And Walcliffe unfortunate with the way in which it came back off her and out for the kick-in. Crackman will go for goal, it's blocked away. And that one runs through to Christopher. Nice one-touch passing move in possession there for Hartpury. And they've opened up the space on the left flank. Couldn't quite provide the final pass though, with Georgie Gresham lurking towards the back stick. Here's Long at the other end of the court though, and she wasn't able to provide the all-important final touch either. I think bar the Jade Grove opportunity, just as she returns back onto court, neither side have really been able to create clear-cut opportunities so far. That one had just crossed the taped sideline. First sign maybe that Katie Christopher might look to offer herself as an option on the far side to play out from those deep kick-ins, but she wasn't there used. Sanchez incidentally returning back to the sports hall. Ball to Portobello. Just wayward of where Tessa Long was. You can see there just on the corner of the picture, Paul McHugh, the Hartpury head coach, with his tactics board out. I sense that he'll be pleased with how his side have performed so far. Well, Holsworth there just taking a tumble, but managed to get the last touch on it. Will be a Bloomsbury kicking. Crackman up and over the halfway mark. It's a Frith Salem. Did the goalkeeper get a touch on that? Not before it went behind, according to the officials. Brilliant play again from Grove. She turns for goal, and the goalkeeper did get a touch that time. Such a presence in attack, isn't she, Jade Grove? And I think Bloomsbury not quite dealing with her threat so far. Ball clipped to take the corner. Holsworth as the blocker or screen on the first Bloomsbury defender. A couple of bounces, takes it out. Just over 8 minutes of the first half left to play. Here's Grove. Holsworth trying to return it back to Grove, but here's Frith Salem now for Bloomsbury. Frith Salem forced wide. Frith Salem still going right up by the corner. Sets it all the way back, and it won't be kept in actual fact, by Portobello. It was just too far away from where she was positioned. Was a promising opening there, though, on the counter for Rosanna Frith Salem. Remember, she scored a spectacular goal earlier on this campaign, in the game which Bloomsbury played back at University of Nottingham a few months back. Now, in actual fact, it was a splendid improvised flick over the goalkeeper. Certainly have plenty of quality throughout the Bloomsbury squad, but they aren't quite clicking and not flowing freely as of yet today. Long. Options ahead of her here, Long, but went for goal herself. Grove may be away again on the counter. Crackman did well in defence that time. Another save for Katie Christopher, but one which she would probably expect herself to make. Saying that, it was too easy, really, from a Hartpury defensive point of view, for Tessa Long to get the strike in. Certainly somebody of her goal-scoring prowess. Here's Grove, another one of those players, and cleared away by Long. Wadden across to Holsworth. Holsworth against Long initially, but she managed to restore control. Holsworth through the legs of Long that time, but only to Merce Portobello. Could hear the call there from the near side touchline from Bloomsbury boss Liam Francis, just to retain possession and start again as they look to build from the back. There's probably that sense of more control of the game that he will want from his side. For Salem. Long. Trying to play the parallel pass there with the flick down the line, Merce Portobello, but didn't quite come off. Crackman across to Portobello again. Crackman offers herself for the return pass parallel, and it does get to Crackman this time. Excellent challenge, Walcliffe. Just evaded the Hartpury defender momentarily, but Walcliffe did well to get back and intervene. Goes back to Frith Salem, but Merce Portobello it was, I beg your pardon, with the effort there, but either way, well high up and above Katie Christopher's goal. Christopher gets going again. Just over 6 minutes of the first half left to play. Walcliffe, was she there fouled? The referee allowed the game to continue, and there won't be a subsequent rolling foul added on. Thought maybe she was just caught as she broke free of the initial challenge, but referee Harry Waldron was well positioned to make the call. Towards Grove again, but that time wasn't close enough to the Hartpury pivot for her to make it stick. Long. Nobody there for Bloomsbury in goal. Christopher's long throw out from the goal clearance, runs all the way through to the opposite goalkeeper, opposite number 1. Walcott here for Hartpury. Walcott goes on. Good sliding challenge in defence. Hartpury set piece from wide right. Referee not happy with the way in which Hartpury player looked to block there. It's a fine line, isn't it, between what's allowed and what's not as a block. That time probably more of a moving block, as there we see Grove going for an audacious effort goal bound, and Hartpury Armstrong had to get down to save. Here's Scotland. Still 0-0, but that probably sums up the frustrations of this first half. Bloomsbury, who would have definitely been the favourites going into it, but Hartpury so far holding them at bay. Referee was still moving the Bloomsbury players back there, but was happy with the timing at which Hartpury took the kick in. Gresham seems to be struggling with a knock that she took. The latest coming together. 0-0's the score. 4 minutes and 26 seconds left on the clock to play until the interval. Jasmine Whitehead Shakes has incidentally been introduced for the first time in the game for Bloomsbury. Could she be the player to make the difference, make the impact? Armstrong that time looking for a more direct Route 1 style ball up to Whitehead Shakes. It does win Bloomsbury the kick in. Again, it's wasteful though, as it's lofted only into the hands of Christopher. I think Bloomsbury have been, on too many an occasion, wasteful from those sorts of set pieces. Hartpury opposingly have looked threatening from theirs. Short for Steffi Salas. Again, Hartpury regimented and rigid in defence. Aldine. Across to Scotland. Whitehead Shakes. Back to Scotland, but her pass only breaking back for Hartpury, and it was Scotland there who got the final touch. Bloomsbury skipper, who's played all but one of the league games this campaign. Taken back for Wathen to strike, but Whitehead Shakes got out quickly and well. Wathen. Holsworth. Up in search of Grove. It's a good battle between those two, Scotland and Grove. Scotland that time dispossessed by Holsworth. And Grove looked to play the return flick back to her captain, Sammy Holsworth. Yeah, but certainly one to keep an eye on, that individual battle between the Bloomsbury fix when on court in Helena, Scotland, and Hartpury pivot Jade Grove. Scotland again allowed to bring the ball up into the Hartpury half of the court. The ball pass though from Aldine, and Hartpury might seize upon the chance on the counter. It's Grove, good save, Hartness Armstrong, and the second opportunity is blocked away. The shot from Gresham. That's the second big chance though that Jade Grove has had in the half now. She hasn't been able to take either of them. Twice denied by Hartness Armstrong. With what though in truth were probably both saves that a goalkeeper of her quality would expect to make. Take a look again at the replay. It was a poor pass from Gemma Aldine to give the ball away to Holsworth, and immediately the counter-attack was alight for Hartpury. It was the first of the two opportunities that was the better of them, as we see a timeout here called by the Hartpury boss, Paul McHugh. Paul McHugh opting to use his timeout card as provides, of course, an opportunity for the players to come across and take some much-needed fluids and messages on board. It hasn't really been too much of a factor so far, the fact that Hartpury have only the one substitute. As you can see there at the moment, it's Kerry Walcliffe, the player who began the game on the substitutes bench. Whether it will have more of an impact in the second period, probably. But the longer Hartpury can go on with the scoreline at least level, more confidence that they will gain from that too. Bloomsbury certainly won't panic, but it hasn't been the opening half that they would have wanted. And in truth, Katie Christopher's goal yet to be properly threatened. Gresham. Up to Grove again. Back to Gresham, but nobody over there on the left flank. Crackman trying to find Portobello with the diagonal ball again, which is once more seized upon by Christopher. Crackman that time running out of room on the near side. It's out for the Hartpury kick in. Not often that games in this sport go into the midway point at 0-0, certainly not in the English game so far this season. That's how we're heading for the interval at the juncture we find ourselves at. Still time, of course, for that to change. If either side can find a goal before half-time, it could prove to be a big one. So frustrated, Lewis Chaudenet, she wasn't able to bring that ball up to her under her spell. Good ball up to Holsworth. Holsworth venturing forward down the left wing, and she's still there, Holsworth. Hartpury kick in, much to the displeasure of Nurse Portobello and her fellow Bloomsbury teammates. They felt that that should have gone her way. It looks to be a moving ball there from that kick in, but referee taking a lenient view. 70 seconds of the half left. Will be a kicking on the far side, not the goal clearance. Holsworth up to Grove. Managed to keep it in. Been given away though here to Crackman. Crackman with Lewis Chaudenet to her left. Crackman opted to take it on alone and does get the kick in at the end of it. Crackman tried to find Lewis Chaudenet direct from that kick in. It's slammed clear from the defensive third from the Hartpury captain Holsworth. Portobello to Long. Long away from Walcliffe. This is Lewis Chaudenet. Another kick in, this time from the left. Portobello takes it to Long. Bloomsbury will have to be quick if they are to fashion one last opportunity before the halfway point, and going for goal was Portobello there. Blocked away before reaching Christopher, but it looked more destined for a bottom corner area of Christopher's goal. Here's Long. Again opting to get the shot away, but Walcliffe with the block that time. 11 seconds left, trying to feed it through to Lewis Chaudenet. Breaks here for Grove. Good challenge, Portobello, and Portobello will go for goal. That's probably the last action of the first half, though, with another comfortable save for Christopher, and indeed it is. Buzzer sounds to signal the end of the first period, and so far no goals to bring to you in the opening game of the weekend's action in the National Futsal Series. In the Women's Tier 1 at the midway point, it's Bloomsbury 0, Hartpury 0. Welcome back to the Andover Leisure Centre for the second half of the first game of the day in the Women's Tier 1 of the FA National Futsal Series. And let's hope for a goal, at least in this second half. Still 0-0 at the midway point between Bloomsbury and Hartpury. Players returning now back out onto court. You certainly get the sense that Paul McHugh, the Hartpury boss, will definitely be the happier of the two coaches with the scoreline as it is at this point. It will be Bloomsbury to get us underway at the start of this second 20 minutes. Up here to Aldine, good challenge by Amy Wathen. That's left Aldine down in a heap on the floor though. Hartpury started that first half really well, albeit their best two opportunities came later on, didn't they, with a couple of saves that Hartness Armstrong was forced to make from Grove. A replay of that latest challenge. It looked a good tackle to win the ball cleanly. Not to say it didn't hurt on the landing. Into Long here for Bloomsbury. Long. Walcliffe takes the control of the situation away from the goalkeeper Christopher. Almost just skipped past her own goalkeeper with the ball at her feet there. Bloomsbury kicking. Stay, who looked to be starting the second half on the front foot. Crackman might look to go for goal. It's through the legs of Walcliffe. Crackman across the face. Portabella, and it's blocked away, and the ricochet takes it up kindly for Christopher. There's Holsworth. Wayward of Grove that time, but it has been a strong start to this second period for Bloomsbury. Aldine with options both left and right. It comes onto the near side with Long. Back towards Long again. Walcliffe there too. Bloomsbury corner. Certainly looked to be more threatening since the resumption. What have they got up their sleeve from this corner then? Portobello places the ball down. Crackman wants it, Crackman gets it, takes a touch and goes for goal, but it's well wide in the end. Christopher up to Grove. Grove will turn and shoot again, and Hartness Armstrong will make the save again. She sends it quickly down court, now Long. Portobello. Aldine assessing her options. Had a potential pass to the second post there, but came onto the near side for Long. Definitely been an increase in the intensity though. Back for Portobello. Crackman stands up the defender, might look to go for goal, tries to feed it through, might run all the way through to Portobello. Ricochet deflection, taking it behind for yet another corner. Comes for Crackman, and Hartpury managed to deal with the situation again. Gaps just beginning to open up though in the Hartpury defence that was for the most part rigid and resolute in their defensive structure in that first 20 minutes. This is Walcliffe. Walcliffe under pressure from Long. Real tenacity to try to win the ball back there, Tessa Long, and in doing so managed to force the error from Kerry Walcliffe. Was impressed in the first half in the minimal mistakes that Hartpury made, and that's probably part of the reason as to why Bloomsbury found it difficult to find a way through them. They had to always build from the back and were very rarely given the ball freely inside the Hartpury half of the court. That one's headed away to Walcliffe. Walcliffe, good feet. Walcliffe goes on towards the second post, but Grove was just arriving late. Did really well there, Kerry Walcliffe, with the initial skill to beat the Bloomsbury defender, and the ball to the second post wasn't bad either. And it was those sorts of transitional moments that Hartpury saw their opportunities in the first 20 minutes come from. They had another there. Portobello. This is Long. Again, though, the possession is all in front of the Hartpury defence. It's through here to Grove. Grove! And that's a really good stop from Hartness Armstrong that time. Well, the first few she probably would have expected to make. That one, it's a fingertip save to turn it behind. Just couldn't quite lift it over the goalkeeper, but she had to react quickly. Good save. Back for Grove. Wathen. Cross to Kerry Walcliffe. Walcliffe back to Grove again. Up to Holsworth. Still moving the ball around really well. Hartpury when they are in possession. It's the speed at which they're doing it as well, which seems to be the main difference from previous game weeks. Moving the ball with pace and purpose, lots of one-touch passing. Bloomsbury momentarily here dropping into a 4-0 style structure. There were times in that first half where Bloomsbury looked to go for a more of a 2-2 formation, as well as the regular 3-1. Long under the count of the referee. Across to Sanchez. Forward in search of Grove, which is on the end of it, but this time prodded it wide. Well, coming closer, isn't she, Jade Grove? But still not able to quite find the crucial final touches to give us the game's first goal. Hartness Armstrong that time caught in no man's land. I feel that she should have done better there, Jade Grove. Unlike her really in front of goal, she is the league's top goal scorer in the women's Tier 1 with 10 that she scored in the 6 games she's played this season. You can see why, given the opportunities that she's created for herself in this game so far. That one was more so created for her. Wasn't able to beat the goalkeeper and find the net though. Walklett, brilliant shot back inside, great skill. Up in search of Walklett again, she tries to wriggle free of Scotland. Good strong defending from the Bloomsbury fix and skipper. Salem across to Scotland. Again here Bloomsbury looking maybe in a more 2-2 formation setup. I suppose the way in which Hartpury are defending maybe invites that more. It's a diamond structure in defence, isn't it, for Hartpury? As they look to shuffle round and close off all passing lines and potential avenues of Bloomsbury attack. They've done it that time and again forced the misplaced pass. You can see over there on the far side a few of the Birmingham WLV camp. They'll be in action up next against Bolton. It's a 1 PM kickoff time for that one. Make sure you do stay with us. But at the moment, all eyes on the action on court at the moment. But no goals so far. Nearly 5 minutes played in the second half now as well. Hartpury can't say that they haven't had their chances. Scotland been given away that time to Georgie Gresham. Gresham across in search of Grove, and Hartness Armstrong did really well. Had to be alert, and she was there, the Bloomsbury goalkeeper, to intercept that second post ball. Good goalkeeping. Gresham. Oh, under pressure there from Salas. That's been given away though to number 16, Rosanna Frith Salem. Bloomsbury corner. We haven't yet seen Dana Manak today for Bloomsbury, incidentally. No sign of her, despite being named on the Bloomsbury substitutes bench. Salas to Scotland. Scotland under pressure again, and despite the protestations of Paula Sanchez to the near side official, it's judged to have gone straight out of play for, as you can hear, a red ball. Hartpury kick it. Does make its way across to Walklett. Space to advance down the right flank too, into a dangerous position, but the goalkeeper pounces again. Holsworth wasn't quite able to bring the ball under her spell before the goalkeeper did just that. Bloomsbury take control. It's all very manic on the counter-attack when Bloomsbury do have the opportunities to try to take advantage of any gaps that are left by Hartpury when they themselves attack. Bloomsbury trying to do so quickly, but it hasn't yet paid dividends for them. I think it shows the intention of utilising the counter-attacking moments, but in doing so probably illustrates the frustration in the way in which Hartpury are defending against them too. Ball pass that time, it's been given away to Holsworth. Now Walklett, really promising for Hartpury, across to Holsworth, 1-0. And Hartpury will feel that that's very much deserved. They've had plenty of opportunities and finally do get the game's opening goal. And it comes courtesy of the skipper, Sammy Holsworth. Couldn't miss that time. It's 1-0 Hartpury. Now Bloomsbury will have to respond. And Hartpury now with something to defend and protect against too. Well, all the opportunities that Hartpury had leading up to that point went the way of Jade Grove, but it was a combination between Kerry Walcliffe and Sammy Holsworth, with the latter providing the finishing touch. That proved to be the route to goal. Bloomsbury looking to hit back straight away, it's deflected behind. Just a second goal of the season for Sammy Holsworth. She's played in every game of it as well, but it's come at a crucial point. Set back for the strike from Helena Scotland, and well, there was a ferocity and frustration about that perhaps too. Holsworth the goal scorer. Look to flick it round the corner for Gresham. Holsworth on the end of it. Will be a Hartpury corner. (1-0) then Paul McHugh's side lead. Wathen blocked away, still there though. It's an opportunity for Hartpury again. Didn't quite get it right on the follow-up, Georgie Gresham, but it's another chance that as the ball broke back for her inside the penalty area. Slight delay over the restart, but we are back now to the action. It's a ball pass though from Portobello, and Bloomsbury will really need to cut those out. They've got work to do here. As Hartpury go in search of what would be their third win of the season so far. Also picked up a point in a draw with Birmingham earlier on in the season, so it's a win which, if they can go on to get, would take them on to 10 points this season. And Georgie Gresham looking to double the advantage, but there to turn it behind that time Rosanna Frith-Salem. Wathen. A good turn from Gresham into the danger zone, but Bloomsbury managed to thwart any lurking danger. Long trying to feed the pass through to Hannah Crackman on the subsequent play. Holding here with this corner. Portobello forced to go all the way back to Hartness Armstrong. Hartness Armstrong's pass didn't initially find a teammate, but Long was there to nip in and win the ball back after the touch from Gresham. Crackman, runners both right and left here for Crackman. She might look to go alone, she did. Whether that was the better option, I'm not too sure. I wouldn't be so convinced with the runner to her left. I think it was Frith-Salem. Hartpury goal clearance. Just under 11.5 minutes remain on the clock. There's plenty of time for Bloomsbury. It's Hartpury who are one up. Wathen. Up to Grove, good turn by Grove, and managed to get the strike in again, but that time straight at the Bloomsbury goalkeeper. Here's Aldine for Bloomsbury on the attack. Very much a case of come and break us down. The question that Hartpury are posing to Bloomsbury now, but they have been for the whole game really. And in that sense, nothing has changed for them. Just the fact that they have the 1-goal lead to defend now. Long though with space down the right flank. Important last-ditch intervention by Wathen. Referee there just bringing Tessa Long back to the exact place on the court where the kicking was to be taken from. Grove there looked to turn away from Hannah Crackman, but the Bloomsbury player did well. Here's Long. Looked to be fouled, but the referee plays the advantage. Crackman. It's hooked clear, and the game will be paused here for official Ollie Rodriguez-Ballinger to come and do the honours right in front of the camera to indicate the rolling foul. It's the first foul of the half, incidentally, as well. Crackman. Portabella. Again, well defended. It was intended for Crackman, but in the end ran all the way back to the goalkeeper, Hartness Armstrong. Here's Aldine. Long. Across from left to right, and that might open up an avenue of attack, but Walcott is there for Hartpury. Positioned well to cut out the second post ball. Oh, it's a shot goal bound, and might have took a touch right in front of goal as well. Tessa Long, the player who had the initial strike. So let off for Hartpury that time. Gresham trying to take it upon herself to advance down the left, but it's those sorts of moments which I was praising Hartpury for cutting out of their game in the first half, and immediately Georgie Gresham there replaced. I don't think there's really any need for Hartpury to look to take 1v1s inside their own half. Here's Grove. Really see the work that's gone in behind the scenes with this Hartpury team, but they've given it away here, and it's 1-1. Tessa Long brings us back all square. It's one apiece, and Bloomsbury's top goal scorer is on the mark again. Crackman won it back initially. It broke kindly for Tessa Long, and maybe now that could be a tide turner. One apiece. Long the scorer. Sets us up nicely for the final 9 minutes. Grove again with her trademark shot on the spin, but no fortune that time. Here's the goal scorer, Long. Long will go for the shot goal bound again, but Sammy Hallsworth that time with the block. Long across to Portabella. Portabella opened up her body for the strike. Down the line for Gemma Aldine. Aldine up against two Hartpury defenders, tried to wriggle free. Wins the corner. Portabella tries to feed it through the gap to Tessa Long. Well, it was a gap which had opened up. Hartpury seemed to allow Long to come and play almost a blindside block. Clever idea, but didn't prove fruitful. Hallsworth. Bloomsbury here will make a whole host of changes again. Paula Sanchez, one of those back on. Rosanna Frith-Salem another, and Jasmine Whitehead shakes the third. There's no coincidence that Liam Francis has made that change with just over 8 minutes to go, as he introduces fresh legs. for Salem. This is Steffi Salas, also on for Bloomsbury. Salas going for the return pass. It was almost a parallel turned wall pass intended for her. Sanchez up to Salas. Salas, maybe with more time than she realised, to perhaps turn there. Instead, happy though to just maintain possession, and it's probably a wise decision. For Salem. For Salem, maybe just running into a dead end up the corner of the court though. Grove doing well to win the kick in. Timeout here being called with, 7 minutes and 19 seconds left on the clock in the first half. And again, the man who's called the timeout is the Hartpury boss, Paul McHugh. Hartpury the only side to use their timeout minutes in the first period, and they opt to do so again here. They have been set back since taking the lead, but ultimately it's still 1-1 and there's still a long way to go. Can they sustain the energy levels that they've shown so far though, and also the mental concentration to keep all gaps tight when defending in the way that they are in the low block, the diamond setup? It's difficult, it's mentally frustrating as well. Playing a lot of the game without the ball now, Hartpury, and they have to try to seize upon the chances when they do come their way on the transition. Georgie Gresham again remains the substitute, as her other 5 teammates, including goalkeeper Christopher, return back out onto the court. We are back underway. Holsworth across from right to left to Walcliffe. I think she's had a really good game so far, Kerry Walcliffe. Was involved in the making of the goal as well. Grove, good turn. I'm not sure how much Hartness Armstrong actually knew about that one, but she was well positioned at the near post. There's real power behind the strike from the right boot of Jade Grove. Here Walcliffe takes back to Grove. It's behind her though, and through to Walcliffe again. And good goalkeeping again. Bloomsbury may be caught sleeping with that blindside run from the initial corner taker in Walcliffe. It was a clever move. They utilised that far right hand side of the court. Salas up to Lewis Chaudenay. This time it's home with her back to goal. It's off the post. Well, agonisingly close for Bloomsbury. It's still there for Lewis Chaudenay. She skips past the first defender, and Lewis Chaudenay that time denied by Christopher. So close for Bloomsbury. Excellent play from the Bloomsbury pivot to hold up the ball initially, managed to turn and get the shot in. As you can see there, the subsequent opportunity was saved pretty comfortably at the near post, but the first one had the goalkeeper beaten, denied only by the woodwork. Well then, Grove turns. This is dangerous, Grove, and a good save again. A textbook stop by Hartness Armstrong, who's been in fine form today. And I'm sure you can make quite the compilation of Alice Hartness Armstrong saves, all against that same player in the Hartpury pivot, Grove. It's a tally which is now really totting up. And after what was a huge opportunity at one end of the court for Bloomsbury, just 30 seconds later, Jade Grove with a splendid one for Hartpury themselves. Grove up against Scotland. Good challenge by Scotland. Referee was happy with it. It looked a good tackle. Lewis Chaudenay, all straight to Grove though. There's a runner to the right. Grove offers herself back for the strike. It's another save from Hartness Armstrong, that time a much more comfortable take for her though. We're approaching the final 5. One apiece on the scoreboard. wasn't allowed to run all the way through behind by the Hartpury goalkeeper. You can see the Southampton Aztecs flag behind the goal there as well. Bit of advertising for the Aztecs club, so they'll be in action later on. They'll play in the game after next. It's a 3 o'clock kickoff for the Aztecs as they face London Helvecia. 5 minutes to play. Here's Georgie Gresham. Superb challenge from Scotland. Really strong. Did really well. Came and made sure that she was going to take the ball there. Did just that. Back to Wallcliffe, but she in fact allows it to run all the way through, which was meant for Grove. Another line change for Bloomsbury, as you can see. Crackman away from Wallcliffe this time. Crackman turned behind by Christopher. Both goalkeepers have really kept their sides in it for the two respective teams. Crackman with brilliant acceleration down the right flank. Nothing coming of the subsequent corner. In fact, it started the counter-attack. Holsworth wasn't quite on the end of that, though. It was cut out before reaching her. Sammy Holsworth's goal, of course, being the opener in the game, but Tessa Long managing to bring us back to 1-1. Crackman only into the path of Georgie Gresham in defence for Hartpury. Grove on the substitutes bench at the moment for Hartpury. I'm sure we'll see her again before time is up. Long up against Wallcliffe again and across the face of goal for Gemma Aldine. Aldine again with her head in her hands. Did make the run into a dangerous area right in the goal mouth, but not quite close enough. Wallcliffe. Oh, she's trying to play that one through the legs of Long, but didn't succeed in doing so. Crackman. Back for the Bloomsbury scorer, Long. Portabella plays it forward. 3.5 minutes left. Just under on the clock. Aldine with the long diagonal across to Tessa Long. You could hear the call from the Hartpury coach there, Paul McHugh, who was desperately trying to get the attention of Kerry Wallcliffe to cut that diagonal pass, which was played off. And it's a let-off really for Hartpury. Long, it's blocked by Wallcliffe. Paul McHugh, whose Hartpury men's side will be in action tomorrow in the men's Tier 1. Also been back on the court himself recently, Paul McHugh, which is good to see after his long-term injury. Wathen clips that one forward to the reintroduced Grove. Gresham goes on into the box. As she entered the penalty area, the heavy touch just took it through to Hartness Armstrong. This is promising for Bloomsbury, but now likewise for Hartpury, as the heavy touch momentarily meant that Hartpury had two clear of their back line. Holsworth. Still Holsworth goes on, and Holsworth gets the strike in. but could only bundle the ball goal bound. Really, in the end, it was more of an improvised take than a clear shot on goal. Take a look again at the replay. Just seemed to keep on going, Sammy Holsworth. Crackman may be afraid to make the challenge inside the penalty area, and it allowed Holsworth to go on. Christopher drops that one short for Wathen. Grove across as she looks to become involved again. Hartpury with the kick in. Just over 2 minutes left on the clock. Perhaps surprising for a game, and certainly the second half, which has been played at such an intensity, that we have only seen the one foul, and even that was the rolling foul, which was given the way of Bloomsbury against Hartpury. But certainly no sign of threatening a potential penalty, which sometimes decide close games like this. Portobello. Long in search of Crackman, but the defender did well. Gresham gets the decision off the referee. On the far side, Harry Waldron. Grove again on the turn, and same outcome though. Will be a timeout here, called by Bloomsbury boss Liam Francis. From their point of view, something will need to change. Certainly would if they are to go on to turn this one on its head. Remember, Bloomsbury trailed when the Hartpury skipper Sammy Holsworth found the net, just her second goal of the season. But now probably happy to settle for a point, Hartpury, if it is to end that way. There's still time for either side to find a goal. It's only a short time to get the messages across, by the way, in a timeout minute. Not easy to flood the brains of the players with information in just the minute that's available in a timeout, as they, well, both sets of coaches desperately try to feed the information across with what, just over 2 minutes left on the clock. Here's Long. Long attacks down wide left, and it's turned away from the feet of Christopher. Up to Grove though. Gresham's behind her. Grove, Portobella's done well. And the decision's gone against Bloomsbury in favour of Hartpury and Grove, and Bloomsbury certainly feel as though that decision should have gone the other way. And the yellow card is shown to Portobella. Well, I'm sure it'd be a talking point if Hartpury to make anything from this. I have to say, I was in agreement with the Bloomsbury protestations initially, whether there was a foul before, possibly. Yeah, maybe just a hold of the shirt from Portobella on Jade Grove, which is what the referee saw. Certainly the follow-up coming together would have been, I think, given a foul in the opposite direction, but it did seem to be a grab of the shirt of Grove which preceded that, in fairness. Big opportunity this then from the set piece if they can work it right. It's a slightly wasteful shot straight to goal though. Had the opportunity to work something clever there, Hartpury, and just seems wasteful to me with the direct shot. Long. Bloomsbury running out of space on the near side, but they're also running out of time as we're into the final minute. Up it goes to Grove. And all the way through to Hartness Armstrong. Is there a grandstand finish? Here's Tessa Long. Was she fouled there? Yes, says the referee on the far side. which again looked to be the right decision, but the yellow card's coming out, and maybe off the back of the card which was shown Bloomsbury's way against Portobello. And that's probably coming to the thinking for that yellow card, but maybe slightly a harsh one, really. Could argue that Grove knew what she was doing in stopping the attack, I suppose. 53 seconds remain. Portobello stands behind this free kick for Bloomsbury. They do try to work something from it. It was a decent block played as well to open up the avenue for the shot from Crackman, and it was nicely worked, that. There's another corner which comes all the way through, but as we saw earlier on in the game, in the first half, wasn't it, with the corner from the same side, when Hartpury were penalised for the moving block and subsequent foul. The referee's whistle's gone for the same offence that time. Ball clipped. Hartpury do well to feed it up to Grove. Portobello ended up down on the floor, and she can count herself fortunate that the ball ran away from Grove. Here's Portobello. Hartpury desperately trying to hold on for what would be a valuable point. Aldine couldn't control. 32 seconds now. Ball click sets it short, and Hartpury looked to reset, but it didn't reach their pivot. Aldine. Long. Aldine. Back for Gemma Aldine, and it's a great save by Christopher. Really good reaction stop. That was destined for the bottom corner. Excellent wall pass to create the opportunity. 12 seconds left. Crackman. Wall click closes her down, and Crackman can only reset. And was that the last chance for Bloomsbury? It looks as though it might have been. It was a fine stop by Katie Christopher in the Hartpury goal. Up here to Grove. Grove still with a couple of seconds remaining. And the kicking goes Bloomsbury's way, and that will probably be that now. Bloomsbury send it long, and the referee's whistle goes to signal the end of the first game of the day. The end of the first game this weekend, and it does finish one apiece. The two sides will have to settle for a point apiece as the spoils are shared in the opening fixture. It finishes in the women's Tier 1, a valuable point for Hartpury as Bloomsbury are held to just the draw. There's the final score. It's finished. Bloomsbury 1, Hartpury 1.
By the way, we've got some battery.
Thank you. Happy game.
Six-player cricket.
Yes, please! Let's go! Harry, do so.
Hello again, welcome back, or welcome along if you're just tuning in. We are all set for the second game of the day in the FA National Futsal Series Women's Tier 1, and this one sees Bolton taking on Birmingham. The two teams are then just about to make their way out onto the court. Let's have a look at how the two teams line up. For Bolton then, they have in goal number 1 and captain Joy Lowe, number 7 Lily Robinson, 8 Rebecca Foster, 17 Laura Tobin and number 6 Lila Booth. The substitutes are number 2 Sophie Sumner, 4 Jess Lean, number 3 Zara Musker and number 10 Jade Bolton. The Birmingham lineup then is made up of in goal Adriana Kaboth, number 7 Angie Morley, number 10 is Chloe Dale, number 9 Alicia Miller and number 4 Sarah Hazel. On the substitutes bench, the substitute goalkeeper Emma Dell, number 6 Arwa Hazem, 11 is Donna Mulligan, number 9 is Marianne Lennon, and back in the Birmingham squad today after a long-term injury, number 3 Hada Gada. Well, Bolton head coach Vito Bambini has said before today's game that he thinks that his side are in for a really tough one today. Actually said that he thinks the Birmingham squad has got even stronger since last year's victorious campaign. Also mentioned in his pre-match media, Vito Bambini, about the absentees that Bolton have. And I think a few of those who were named on the team sheet not involved today for his side. As you can see there, it's a fairly depleted looking Bolton squad. The two captains just make their way out onto the centre circle. Your referees for this one, by the way, our first official is Andrew Thompson, second referee Ollie Rodriguez Ballinger, and the timekeeper is Harry Waldron. Angie Morley with the Birmingham armband on. What a successful campaign it was for her side last time out, as she went on course to lift the eventual trophy. Birmingham got their hands on the silverware via the end of season playoffs, and of course it's the battle for the top 4 again this campaign. Birmingham having moved back to the top of the table after Bloomsbury were deducted 3 points, and they've stayed there too after Bloomsbury's opening game. So a chance for Birmingham to open up a gap at the top of the league table. For Bolton, on the other hand, it would have been a welcome acceptance of the 3 points their way. It moved them up in actual fact to 4th in the league table. An opportunity for them to kick on today, and if they were to beat last year's champions in Birmingham here, they would end up level on points. Bolton kick-off, I believe, as Laura Tobin makes her way forward to take the centre kick. Referee on the near side, Andrew Thompson, blows his whistle, and we are underway in game 2 of 3 this Saturday's play, live from the Andover Leisure Centre in the FA National Futsal Series. One's allowed to run all the way through to the Birmingham shot stopper Kaboth. Morley sends it long for Sarah Hazel. Let's hope for a goal in the first 20 minutes. You got 2 goals in the end in the opening game. If you missed it, it finished Bloomsbury 1, Hartpury 1, but it was goalless at the break. Let's see if these two teams can get off to a fast start here. Lily Robinson to take this kick in for Bolton. Plays it back to Emily Hutton. Hutton, though, can only give possession back to Birmingham via Chloe Dale. Here's Dale in possession again. Miller up to Hazel. Hazel across to Morley. Jones' first opportunity, and Joy Lowe is there to make the stop. Lean trying to find the diagonal with the run on the far flank from Lee Robinson. Joy Lowe back in goal today for Bolton. They do have Libby Wright named amongst the substitutes. Runners both left and right here for Bolton. Tobin tries to feed it to the on-rushing Lee Robinson, but back there for Birmingham is the skipper Morley. Bolton dropping back to around the halfway mark and affording Birmingham the space inside their 20 metres of the court. Morley. Morley again, bypasses Hazel, across it comes to Chloe Dale. Hazel trying to feed it up to Miller, did just that. Birmingham with a sustained period of possession. Hazel picks a good pass up to Dale, back across for Chloe Dale again, but I think Joy Lowe got the touch on it. It was a dangerous moment for Bolton, but Birmingham forced back by way of the Bolton goalkeeper. Really patient in their build-up play there. Birmingham, as they tried to find the key to unlock the Bolton defence, and very nearly did so. Dale there just running out of room on the near side. If you're just joining us with this one, it is the red and white taped on lines to the Sports Hall court that the game is being played to. Hazel. Tobin wriggles free of Sarah Hazel's challenge. She's done well there, Tobin, to maintain possession for her side, but then nothing coming of it subsequently for Bolton as the ball bounces away from Emily Hutton. Nearly 3 minutes played, it's still 0-0. Dale forward for Sarah Hazel. She was the intended target with the long diagonal from right to left. Just backtracking perhaps off that back post area. That time Sarah Hazel, and the ball went behind her. Flicked from behind the Birmingham back line there, but nobody in the black of Bolton. It goes all the way back to Caboth. Morley holding off Tobin again. Last touch did come off the Birmingham captain though, as she maybe ran out of options with where to play that one. Kick in there is taken back to Hutton. Hutton's pass though too loose. Immediately you can hear the frustration of the Bolton head coach on the near side touchline, Vito Bambini, voicing his frustrations. Miller across to Morley. Back to Alicia Miller. She was last season's league top scorer. On the women's side of things, across it goes to Miller. And very nearly right on cue there to turn that one in, but it will be a corner for Birmingham. Important last-ditch emergency style defending for Bolton back there. Jess Lean it was who got the final touch, just as Miller looked for all the world to turn that one in. Still to come today, we will have Southampton Aztecs up against London Helvecia. That one is a 3 PM kickoff. But all eyes for the moment on this particular game between Bolton and Birmingham, where it stays 0-0 so far. Caboth happy to come out and play in possession. Hazel around the corner for Morley. And just too high up and above Joy Lowe's crossbar. Again, it was that same vertical wall pass that Birmingham looked to try to employ to unlock the Bolton defence. Really nicely worked with Sarah Hazel just coming across on the blind side there of Jess Lean. The return pass was precise, the finish just not quite. Tobin too high though for Hutton as she leaps on the far side to desperately try and keep it in play. Birmingham edging the first, just over 4 minutes, but without really fashioning too great opportunities. That one, again, in similar fashion, just ricocheting through to the goalkeeper. Robinson, taken away from her that time by the Birmingham captain Morley. She picks up possession again. Dale was waiting, again with that backdoor run in behind the Bolton. Couple of defenders who were there in Lily Robinson and Emily Hutton. Hazel sets it back for Alicia Miller, now Morley. Morley forward for Dale, back to Morley. Both sides appealing for it. It will be a Birmingham corner. Last touch did look to come off the Bolton defender in the midst of things. Set back for Miller, it's left by Miller though for Hazel, and tipped over the bar by Lowe. Decent decoy run from Alicia Miller, who looked maybe as though she was going to take the strike on herself, instead applied the block or screen on the first Bolton defender. Tobin sensed an opportunity to win the ball back there, but it's 4v3 here momentarily for Birmingham, and that's dangerous for Bolton, but Miller doesn't make them pay. Poor execution on the final finish, unlike her really. Tobin though, perhaps just not with the correct decision making as she tried to win the ball back off Caboth when it probably wasn't the best of options, left her side with a player less in defence. Dale. Miller across to Hazel. Bolton dropping off another couple of metres from that halfway line. Dale sold it slightly short for Sarah Hazel, and in the end Hazel opted just to reset as she toe-poked the ball out of play on the far side into touch. Referee Ali Rodriguez Ballinger urging Bolton to get on with things, and for the first time we'll see the potential option of the use of the goalkeeper Lowe. She takes the first touch inside her own half. Back it goes towards Lowe, who couldn't have been in possession of it again inside her own 20 metres of the court. It's been given away there to Hazel. Potter makes the block. Well, that was a potential opportunity for Birmingham's apparent a trigger, if you like, to go and press high, as that backward pass was played and Lowe wasn't able to receive. In the end, Bolton were allowed pretty comfortable possession inside their own half. Dale, Miller, cross to Hazel. Hazel goes for goal, but it's well wide. Joy Lowe's right hand upright. Lean inside the centre circle, only against Dale. Runs all the way back to Lowe. Early exchanges, not dissimilar to those that we saw in the opening game though. Pretty cagey so far, with one side edging things, in this occasion Birmingham. Hazel away from the first defender, but only through to Lowe. Lean with a nice first time pass. Along the ball forward there though, was intended for Hutton, but intercepted by Miller, and there's Hazel for Birmingham. And it's the champions who strike first. Alicia Miller the provider, and Sarah Hazel on hand to provide the finishing touch. 1-0 Birmingham lead. It's Sarah Hazel with the left-footed finish at the back stick. Nearly 7 gone, and that's the game's first goal. It's an 8th goal of the season for Sarah Hazel. Means that she's now Birmingham's top goal scorer. Was prior to today's game level with Lindsay Glover, who's not involved today for Birmingham. I'm sure she'll be regarded as a big miss to the team, but Sarah Hazel stepping up to the plate and makes it 1-0 to her side. Been given away by Bolton there to Miller, and Miller might play this one across for Donna Mulligan. And just like that, Birmingham are 2 ahead. Miller with both the assists, and Donna Mulligan just freshly onto court, really couldn't miss from there. Simple finish into the open net, as Joy Lowe had committed on the right side of her penalty area. And already it's beginning to look like a difficult task for Bolton now. 2-0 as they restart play from the centre. Pretty much the very first involvement that Donna Mulligan had in the game. She's there to score her first Birmingham goal. Dale tried to find Mulligan. Appreciation was shown from the latest Birmingham goal scorer, but it was just behind the run of her path. Hutton away from Mulligan that time, but Miller is there to nip in and get the touch for Birmingham. Takes it away from Lily Robinson, but Bolton have to kick it. Well, it was 2 goals in less than the space of a playing minute, wasn't it, for Birmingham? There's Lowe travelling forward with the ball. Hutton. Robinson, but Birmingham looking to win it back in what would be a dangerous area. Miller, well positioned at the back there for the champions. Mulligan, nice ball up to the captain Morley. Morley away from the first challenge, but couldn't evade the second. And Jess Lee managed to get her toe in. Referee begins the 4-second count. Birmingham will have to be quick about it. It's towards the second post when the ball was left on the line for the decoy and subsequent take from Alicia Miller, very nearly for Donna Mulligan, arriving at the back stick again there. That time it's a more routine take of the set piece. Back to Miller and Morley with space to advance. It's for Miller again. Lowe makes the stop, but from a Bolton perspective, it's far too easy for Birmingham to cut right through them in defence here. Almost passive in defence at the moment, and they need to engage Birmingham if they are to step up their levels. Might have an opportunity to counter-attack after that poor pass from Morley. Miller did well, but her touch takes it onto the roof of the sports hall, so Bolton with the subsequent kick-in. Lean takes that back to Hutton. Spreads the play nicely across to the wide right flank. Robinson, though, dispossessed by Mulligan. Showing the other side of her game back there. Inside Birmingham's own half as Kaboth is forced to make the save from Tobin. It was a strange moment. It seemed to be a tame effort, goal bound. Yeah, had to go flying across to the left though, Kaboth, and credit for the stop. Well, Miller's anticipated that, and she's been set away on the counter here for Birmingham. Alicia Miller. Lowe makes a great save. Tobin, the player who won Bolton that latest corner, she breaks free. Up it goes towards Jess Lean, and Robinson was up there as well. Bolton up to take it quickly, whilst Jess Lean's trying to retie her shoelaces, which was a slightly strange decision. Forward for Mulligan. This game's being played at a lively pace now. Chances at either end. It was a decent opportunity really for Laura Tobin. Probably did it a little bit of disjustice with the initial assessment. It was a good strike, goal bound, but Kaboth went across to make the stop. Referee's whistle goes there for what is actually the first foul of the game. Right in front of the Bolton coach, who's not happy with things, and I think just being told to calm down a little, maybe lessen the decibel levels as well from the Bolton bench. First foul of the game goes against his side. Dale forced to take that back as she felt neither Mulligan or Miller were positioned for a forward option. Robinson there dispossessed. Dale forced wide left though. Hutton with a strong challenge from behind. Won the ball well. Set for Morley. Is Dale. A challenge. Morley, Hazel offered herself as an option in a central position. Dale skips away from the first defender, but then her pass only runs across the near side touchline. Low back across to Hutton. Robinson, Birmingham looking to pounce and seize to win possession back. Hutton did how to play on the near side, still slightly confusing with the inner blue lines. It's almost like a tram line, isn't it? On a tennis court that you might see, but it's definitely the red and white makeshift lines that the game is being played to. Morley forward to Mulligan. Donna Mulligan with her second of the game and Birmingham's third. Morley that time the provider. And Birmingham are beginning to run away with it in this first half. Excellent sweeping finish past the on-rushing goalkeeper Joy Lowe. Nothing that she could do to stop that one. 3 for Birmingham and 2 for Mulligan now. Hutton clips that one in behind. Hazel is there and subsequently fouled. Sign of the frustrations perhaps from Bolton's Jess Lean. There's 2 fouls on the count now against Bolton. Kaboth takes that free kick. Always think that's a interesting decision to allow a goalkeeper inside their own half to take a set piece. Just because, of course, now Kibos can't, if needed, have possession back. Not sure it was worthwhile Kibos taking it, but anyhow, here's Hutton. Up to Tobin, but it ricochets off the left foot of Laura Tobin and through to the Birmingham goalkeeper. Bar that one save, which she made to deny Laura Tobin, Kibos hasn't really yet been tested. Tobin trying to dig out the pass for either Lean or Hutton, but too much on it as it runs all the way through. Just over 8 minutes left to play in this first period. Birmingham leading by 3-0. I'm sure looking to add to that tally before half-time too. Morley. Up to Mulligan on a hat-trick now, Donna Mulligan. Couldn't quite wriggle free of the defender that time. Tobin, away from Morley. Tobin goes on, and Kibos that time does have to make the stop. Really good individual play, running with the ball at her feet there, Laura Tobin. Broke free of the initial challenge from Hazel. Travelled well with it and bypassed Morley as well. Kibos to the Birmingham rescue. Morley trying to lift one over the top there in behind for either Mulligan or Birmingham's number 9, Marianne Lennon, who is on for the first time today. Bolton, incidentally, yet to make a change, given the limited options that Vito Bambini has today. Hazel, happy to go back to Kibos. Kibos happy to slow things right down and invite the pressure from Tobin. Birmingham now really with a sense of control about the game. It's a poor pass though from Hazel on that occasion, which ran away from Lennon. Hutton giving it away to Miller. Flick round the corner in search of Lennon at the back stick, but good last-ditch defending back there for Bolton to intervene. Libby Wright it is who's on for Bolton, of course, regular goalkeeper for them, but occupying one of the outfielders' shirts today. Miller plays the block again, and Hazel will shoot for goal again. A real sign of just how down to the bare bones Bolton are today, though, and just the one substitute available to Vito Bambini to give the starting 5 a rest. And it's Libby Wright who usually occupies the goalkeeper's shirt. Likes of Sophie Sumner, Rebecca Foster, Zara Musker, all not in attendance despite being named. Birmingham kicking in the attacking half. Lennon sets it short for Hazel. Almost just clipped up kindly for Joy Lowe that time though.
Is that me? Yeah. Here.
Miller across to Hazel. Hazel again happy to set it back to the goalkeeper Kibos. Hazel under pressure that time from Wright. Wright who has, I'm sure, provided Laura Tobin with a welcome break. She's the player off on the sidelines at the moment. That one's lifted towards the back stick from Mulligan again, and coming in at the second time of asking was Lennon. Hutton opts to try to pick out a longer ball up to right. She's sent tumbling to the ground and adjudged to have been fouled there by Miller. Provides Bolton with a moment's respite in defence and a good outlet in attack with Wright up there. Referee from the near side. First official Andrew Thompson just marching the Birmingham wall back. It's an offset wall with Donna Mulligan and Sarah Hazelman coming off that near post area. Bolton trying to work it well with Lily Robinson. Miller might be away here though for Birmingham, and she's caught by Emily Hutton. There might be subsequent punishment coming the way of Hutton as well with a yellow card. Yeah, late challenge, wasn't it, from Emily Hutton on his attempt to play the ball probably, but no questions asked about the award of the yellow card there. First caution of the game goes the way of the Bolton number 5. Wright looking to play with her back to goal as the Bolton pivot, but the ball just ricocheting away from her spell. Kabarth, it did take a touch on its way through. I think Alicia Miller was asking the question as to whether it was a handball against Lily Robinson, but would have been a harsh one to give. It's taken back to Alicia Miller from the kick-in. Bolton maybe just caught unaware from that particular set piece. Wonder whether Vito Bambini will look to use his timeout card that he still has available in this half just to give his players a welcome rest. Going for handball there against Laura Tobin. Nothing in it, says the referee. Mulligan seemed convinced. Again, it probably would have been a harsh one. Angie Morley back on for Birmingham. As Hazel takes that back to the goalkeeper Kaboff, but her pass is then loose and Birmingham get away with that one. Not the type of pass that Birmingham would want to be playing inside their own half though. Tobin always seems isolated though when on court in terms of the out of possession play. She's been bypassed that time by Hazel, but stopped in her path by Wright, who didn't actually touch the ball but certainly disrupted Hazel. Hazel's heavy touch anyway had the ball running out of play before the contact. Moth with a better pass that time, up to Morley. Morley, was she clipped there? The referee quickly tells the Birmingham captain to get back to her feet, and Tobin's away on the left. Pass was too far ahead of her though. Birmingham felt it was a foul. Bolton had the opportunity for a split second maybe to take advantage on the counter-attack. Miller across to Kaboff, but she's doing it away again there, the Birmingham goalkeeper, uncharacteristically. Miller attends to the situation to see it behind, with Wright lurking. Still no sign of any timeout cards going in. To the timekeeper Harry Waldron, down below us on the near side. Miller. Hazel with space to advance into here, Sarah Hazel. Hazel plays the pass as well to Dale. Last touch adjudged to have come back off Chloe Dale too, so Bolton will have the goal clearance with their goalkeeper Joy Lowe. I think here the timeout card has just gone in. Right as that one went out behind, Vito Bambini opting to use his timeout minute. There's been a torrid timeout there for his side so far, and understandable perhaps, given the fact that he has just 6 players available. And 2 of them regular goalkeepers, with Libby Wright filling in for his side, but Birmingham really with a sense of control about it so far. 3 goals, the first coming courtesy of Sarah Hazel, and the 2 subsequent for Donna Mulligan with her first 2 goals in a Birmingham shirt. But so far, so good for Ikhlaq Hussain's side in this first half. Still plenty of time for it to change, of course, but it just looks unlikely given the way in which the game's been played so far. Laura Tobin did have that opportunity when she forced the save from Caboth. Caboth made another save as she spread herself low just a couple of minutes after that too, but other than that, Bolton have struggled to create opportunities. Back to the action then. Taking short to Hutton and up for Tobin, but it's not the area of the court which Laura Tobin prefers to occupy. Taking short there for Hazel. Hazel not on the same wavelength as teammate Miller, which is unusual. Those two normally with a great chemistry between them. Not that time, as Hazel was unaware where Miller was. Miller offloads that time to Dale. Birmingham kicking. Set back for Miller, not closed down. Towards the back stick, and the looping header is gratefully gathered in the open arms of the Bolton goalkeeper Lowe. Hutton digs out the long diagonal in search of Libby Wright. Runs out of play though. If Bolton can find themselves a goal before half-time, then that might change the picture somewhat going into the break. Certainly raise their spirits and give them a bit of confidence, but the opportunity might be down the other end for Hazel. It's a good stop by Lowe. Textbook save, now Robinson. Robinson away from Miller, Robinson. And Caboth there to comfortably take that one. Now Hazel for Birmingham. And it's end-to-end action. The yellow card, I think, is going to be shown here to the Bolton head coach Vito Bambini, who's walking a tightrope, and indeed the red is coming out. The Bolton manager is sent off for speaking out of turn. Well, frustrated, yes. Overstepping the mark, as he's shown 2 yellow cards in quick succession, and Vito Bambini is shown red. Was unhappy with the decision that was made a couple of minutes ago, and Bambini now sent off. So Bolton now, if they are to come back, are going to have to do it without their manager as well, which is an added aspect to it all for them. Tobin over the top in search of Libby Wright, but it's out for the corner. Short for Tobin, who tries a sweeping effort goal bound on her left, but it's blocked away for another kick in. All the way back it goes to Robinson, now Wright. This is Hutton. Somewhat scuffed that pass, but it does break for Tobin. Tobin away from Dale. Well defended though by Hazel. Under pressure though from Tobin, and Hazel manages to win outside the goal clearance. 2 minutes left of this first half. Birmingham 3 to the good. Vito Bambini, the Bolton coach, sent off just minutes ago as well for a quick succession of yellow cards, speaking out of turn. Hazel. Decent effort, just not quite the required accuracy with the strike. Bolton's Mick Parrish, of course, departed the scene at the back end of last year as well, so Bambini, who had taken the reins, taken charge as the head coach following on as Mick Parrish's assistant. But he here has been dismissed, and it's only added to the difficulty of the task that Bolton faced today. Hutton. Tobin didn't give up the lost cause, but it was a lost cause. Miller wasteful with that particular kick in. It was a risky ball as well, with Kaboth vacating the regular goalkeeping position to offer himself as an option. Right, running out of room, right down below the Birmingham bench, as Donald Mulligan is returning to the action. She making a first half hat-trick. Birmingham were 1-4 before half-time. Morley, Miller. Blocked behind for the corner. Referee begins the 4-second count. Miller sets it back for Dale. We're into the final minutes before the interval. Morley goes for the vertical wall pass again, and it comes all the way through to Miller, but maybe just got the ball stuck beneath her feet a little too much there, Alicia Miller. It's that same move that Birmingham have tried to play on so many occasions, though, in this first half, with that vertical wall. Bolton not alert to it, or if they are, they're not coping with it. Oh, the header goal bound, and Kaboth is backtracking. That's a fine save. Fingertip stop from the Birmingham goalkeeper. Bolton coming close to clawing one back before half-time. Miller was beaten in the air. Not sure how much Robinson really knew about it herself, but Kaboth did really well to scramble back and almost claw the ball back off the goal line. Still Bolton knocking on the door, though. It's set back for Jess Lean, and Robinson still there, right on the edge of the penalty area. Mulligan's touch takes it out with just over a second left to play. Birmingham perhaps fortunate that it looks as though they're going into half-time still with their clean sheet intact. And indeed, that is the end of the first half. And Birmingham are 3 to the good after the first 20 minutes. Bolton with a couple of opportunities right at the end of the half there to maybe pull one back, but it wasn't to be for them. Sarah Hazel on the score sheet for Birmingham to get things started, and Donna Mulligan scoring goals 2 and 3. Vito Bambini was shown red in that first half. But there's the half-time score. It's Bolton 0, Birmingham WLV 3.
In the cactus thing.
Welcome back for the second half of this fixture in the Women's Tier 1 of the FA National Futsal Series. And at half-time, it's Birmingham who are leading Bolton by 3-0. Goals in that first half coming the way of Sarah Hazel and then twice Donna Mulligan. It's Birmingham's first scorer, Sarah Hazel, who gets the second half underway and the ball rolling once more. Mentioned at the start of the game, it's an opportunity today for Birmingham to open up a healthy lead at the top of the table. That's exactly what they're looking to do. And Morley trying to add another goal in there, but their effort is palmed away by Lowe. It's miscontrolled though by Hutton. Dale all the way across. Back it comes to Dale. Morley. This is Hazel. Morley flicks it forward, but over the head of Chloe Dale that time. Up to Tobin, but Hazel sends it back to Kaboth. Looks as though Bolton might be looking to try to step forward a bit in this second half. They were very much regimented in their half-court defensive structure in the first 20 minutes. Oh, it's a deflected goal bound by off the toe of Emily Houghton in the end, and Lowe was anticipating the original pass across, had to backtrack and turn it behind. But I suppose the fact that Bolton are changing their style of defence is somewhat required. They can't just sit in for the whole of the second half, not 3 goals down. But inevitably with that, more gaps will then open up in their defence, and perhaps Birmingham can go on to exploit those. And well, Miller with the strike there to sting the palms of goalkeeper Lowe. Fingertip save over the bar. Nice kicking set piece for Birmingham. It was just dipping, wasn't it? I think Lowe would be comfortable making that save. Here's Tobin for Bolton. Tobin up against Morley, but the latter did well in Birmingham defence. Hazel, it's only against Morley though. Kaboth couldn't handle the ball with the ball coming back off the Birmingham captain. Happy to though just clear down court and reset. Oh, that's a loose pass. It's given it away to Dale, and the goalkeeper's out. Dale went for goal. It had the goalkeeper beaten. Well above Joy Lowe, just wide of her left-hand post. Nearly 4 for Birmingham. Stays at 3. They did have those 2 opportunities in quick succession at the end, right at the end of that first half, Bolton. Might have had a different outlook on things had they managed to find the net with just one of those. Apologies for the scoreboard jumping around a little. It is just 3-0 to Birmingham. It's a misplaced pass by Robinson. Miscued that time. Morley having to readjust as she tries to leave that one on the line for Miller, but it rolled back onto court. They are big misses today, the players who are absent for Bolton. Rebecca Foster, so often such a leader from the back in the regimented fixed role which she occupies. Zara Musker, so often their route to goal. It's not just about the lack of strength in depth that they're missing today, but also the quality of players who are absent for them. Dale does take that kick incorrectly that time as she set it back for Hazel. Dale again. Still in play. Robinson looking to hold off the pressure from behind from Birmingham's Dale. Bolton kicking. Swept forward in search of Tobin, but it was cut out well by Miller. Miller's gone on the overlapping run as well. Dale did well to maintain possession. Dale tried to feed it through the line of Bolton defence up to Miller, but Bolton came away in possession, and Bolton have this kick in, which they've taken now. Here's Robinson. Nothing coming of it that time as Hutton tried to find a longer ball forwards. Not really working for Bolton either way if they look to try to go in search of the pivot in Laura Tobin. She hasn't been as effective as Hartpury's pivot Jade Grove was earlier today. Two players who I always think try to play in a similar way. Like to play with the back to goal in the pivot role, strong. But Tobin not having the impact that Jade Grove did earlier on. Not as of yet, anyway. It goes towards her that time. Morley with the touch, but perhaps frustrated with herself there, Morley. That's out of play. She couldn't keep possession. Low. Do wonder whether fly goalkeeper might be an option that Bolton might look to use, or certainly look to use the goalkeeper in possession more. That's towards the back post for Hazel. Arriving there at the back stick. Birmingham number 4, but down quickly, went low. But given away there to Morley. This is 4v3 for Birmingham. Morley. Hazel back across for Morley, but just too far ahead of the Birmingham skipper. Really nice move again. Looking to work that vertical wall pass. Give and go. All attention is drawn to Sarah Hazel, and Angie Morley makes the blindside run off the back of the Bolton defender. Emily Hutton, I think it was that time, in closest attendance. Morley tries to dig out the long diagonal for Miller. Did reach Alicia Miller as well. Here's Morley across to Hazel. That's a fine stop. Still there though for Hazel. It breaks back for the Birmingham number 4. Brilliant save that was from Joy Lowe. Came flying across the face of goal. Did really well to react so quick to it. Sarah Hazel, when it left the foot, must have thought it was in. Morley. That one's blocked. Here's Hazel. Up to Miller that time, round the corner, but to nobody in Birmingham's gold and black. Hutton. Miller lurking, trying to win it back. Bolton under pressure. Robinson sets it back for Hutton. She tries to play a longer ball in behind, but it proves to just be more of a reset than anything else. Jess Lean was the player closest to it as Birmingham make another change. It's that same switch again with Donna Mulligan swapping on to replace Sarah Hazel.
Yes, please.
Referee just having a word here with the Birmingham captain, Angie Morley. I'm not too sure exactly what about. It's a stoppage in play either way. Birmingham assistant coach there, Calais, on the touchlines. And all is okay to continue, but I'm none the wiser as to what that particular stoppage was for. Either way, we are back now, underway. Here's Mulligan. Dale through the legs of Morley that time, and there's a potential counter-attack here for Bolton. Lean, Robinson waiting in the middle. Lean managed to get past Miller, but didn't manage to find the pass across. Miller. In search of Dale as Bolton here make their first switch of the half. Libby Wright, who began the game as the substitute for Bolton, started the second half as it as well, but he's onto court now. Here's Tobin. Tobin wanted to go alone and try to beat the two Birmingham defenders. Couldn't do that though. Miller, Dale to her left. Well defended by Hutton. Hutton has a couple of options as well. It's Wright. And wide of the near post. Emily Hutton did well there though to hold off the pressure from behind and play the pass. It was a well-weighted pass too, which is so often the downfall at the crucial moments. Whether it's under hit or overcut, but that time it was right into the path of Libby Wright and gave her the opportunity to shoot for goal. Miller to Morley. Morley with space to advance into, tried to return it back to Alicia Miller, but Hutton was there again. Lofted up in search of Alicia Miller, but you could hear the call from the Bolton number 1 and came and took control there, Joy Lowe. Mulligan. Back to Hazel and now to Miller. Hazel up to Mulligan. Mulligan turns away from Wright. To send back to Lowe though. Tobin. Mulligan there to disrupt her progress. Still as we were at the break in terms of the scoreboard. Birmingham leading 3-0. That one's allowed to run all the way through to the Birmingham goalkeeper, Caboth. And she'll play short for Birmingham to build from the back again with Miller. Miller happy to go back to Caboth. You get the sense that Birmingham are content with how things have gone so far. Certainly in terms of the scoreline, but the performance as well. But perhaps more content with the way in which they're 3-0 and looking to make it 4 here, and it is swept in for number 4. Chloe Dale at the back post that time, and Alicia Miller again the provider. Birmingham score another. And is that the 3 points wrapped up now as they move even further ahead of their opposition, Bolton? 4-0 now. And Chloe Dale adds her name to the score sheet. Well, it is really amounting to climb now for Bolton if they are to get back into things. Just the second goal of the season for Chloe Dale. She was on hand there to finish in similar style to how the goals in the first half came in truth, really. They've all been very similar goals. Here's Tobin though for Bolton. Tobin trying to wriggle free from Caboth, but the Birmingham goalkeeper did superbly well. Tracked that one all the way. The referee's whistle's gone, I'm not sure why. It's going to be brought back for a Bolton set piece. The referee spotted something on the edge of the penalty area by the looks of things. I believe it's an indirect free kick which has been given here for Bolton. Looks that way. Perhaps Caboth had been in possession prior to that, but a bit bemused in truth as Hutton goes for goal and slams it straight in. Well, it was direct right from the edge of the penalty area, which made things even more confusing. But Bolton slam home with Hutton. As you can see, the two players there as the blockers, decoy, just to screen off the line of vision of the Birmingham goalkeeper, and as they made way, Hutton slammed it in. It's probably a deserved goal as well for Bolton, and Emily Hutton in particular, who's been a live wire for them. It must have been a direct free kick from the edge of the penalty area. Bolton reduced the deficit to just 3 again. Tobin. Cross for right at the back stick, but it was behind her run. Hazel. Confirmation of what that free kick was given for. It was a confusion between the lines, I think, and Adriana Cabot coming out of a penalty area as she distributed down court with the long throw out. It's the red and white checkered taped lines onto the court that is the penalty box, so maybe just a confusion with the red line that was there, the pure red line, and it was handball that was given against the Birmingham goalkeeper outside the penalty area. Makes more sense as it was slammed in then subsequently by Hutton. Robinson back to low. Bolton will have their tails up, albeit it is still a big task, a big ask for them to get anything from the game. Hazel's header. Back to Sarah Hazel again for Birmingham. Hazel trying to feed it through to Miller. Mulligan there. Deflects. And that took all the power off the ball. It's allowed to run through the legs of Sarah Hazel that time for Cabot. Hazel up and over the halfway line. Picks a good pass too, and it's a really good chance for Marianne Lennon. Limited minutes in that first half for Lennon, but back onto court here and right in amongst the action from her introduction in the second period. Might feel as though she should have done better there, Birmingham number 9. Robinson. Robinson's touch takes it only to Mulligan. Miller tries to feed it in behind for the run of Lennon again. Bolton kicking. And in the second half in isolation, both sides have managed to break each other down and find the net one apiece. But it was those 3 goals in the first half for Birmingham which have put them in pole position. It's the point I was trying to make just before Birmingham did go on to score their 4th, though. Seems to be a sense that Birmingham are content with the situation they find themselves in, very nearly, as they did before, adding to the scoreline right on cue again. But Birmingham know that if they are to just settle and make sure that they contain the Bolton 5 and just ensure that they can see this one through, then they will be going clear at the top of the table and have themselves a healthy cushion in the way of points. Miller. Bolton kicking again. Goes pass low across to the Bolton goal scorer, Emily Hutton. Tobin. Lost possession to Mulligan there though. Mulligan Straight into the midriff of Joylo, who takes open-handed. Still to come today, it's Southampton take on London Helvecia. That one will be a 3 p.m. kickoff. And already today, if you missed it earlier, Bloomsbury held by Hartpury to a 1-1 draw, and it was actually Hartpury who led in that one too. But it's 4-1 here, the way of the reigning champions. Here's Miller. Searching well again, but not quite the accuracy on that particular pass. Lowe happy to roll short for Hutton again. Both sides still have their timeout minutes available to be used in this second half if they wish to do so. Not sure exactly who would call it from a Bolton perspective though, because of course they are now without their coach Vito Bambini after his red card in the first half. Hutton across to Libby Wright. She seems to have fit in seamlessly with the rest of the outfield players for Bolton on court, despite regularly playing in goal for them. Hutton, good pass that to find Tobin, but the follow-up touch from the left foot of Laura Tobin fell only to Kaboff. Here's Miller for Birmingham. That avenue of attack closed off by her opposite, number 5 in Hutton. Hutton just readjusting some strapping on her right wrist as well there. As the play went on, Birmingham with the kick in now from the right. Set for Hazel. Back it goes towards Hazel, but it bypasses her to Morley. Now Miller. Mentioned on plenty an occasion the depleted squad that Bolton have today, the small numbers, but in truth Birmingham have only used the 7 players so far as well. And no sign of Hadagada despite being named back in the Birmingham squad, and Arwa Hazem yet to have any time on court as well as substitute goalkeeper Emma Dell. There's really been this core group of players for Birmingham that have taken the game to Bolton so far. Tobin up to Robinson. Strong challenge by Miller, and there was a slight coming together in the aftermath too. Bolton here do call their timeout, so somebody must have taken it upon themselves to hand the card into timekeeper Harry Waldron. But Birmingham as it stands then, heading for yet another win this season. In what would be their 5th win of the season in actual fact, to take them on to 16 points at the top of the table and 3 clear of Bloomsbury in second before Helvecia play later today. Like saying there, the Birmingham head coach with the tactics board out. I think he'll be fairly happy with what he's seen from his side. Always demanding high standards, of course, and he won't want the level to drop at all, despite the fact that Birmingham are 3 to the good here. It's far from over. But Birmingham very much in the driving seat, heading into the just under 7 minutes, final 7 minutes that we have left to go. Back to the play then. Kick in there taken by Robinson to Hutton. She tries to find Jess Lean, who seems to be occupying the pivot role now for Bolton. For the game so far, we've seen Bolton switch between Tobin and Libby Wright as a makeshift pivot, but it looks as though Lean will try that role. Here's Hazel. Cross to the left with Miller. Miller allowed to advance and pick the pass to the back stick too unselfish there, Alicia Miller, as she found Lennon at the second post. Could have gone for goal herself, really, with the lack of pressure applied onto the ball in the shooting zone. Bolton lapsing their defence that time, but it's perhaps understandable at this juncture. That's a longer pass forward from Joy Lowe, but not precise enough, and it bounces out of play. Showed her quality so much last year. A breakthrough season in the top flight of English futsal, Joy Lowe. Praised on many an occasion on the games live on BT Sport as well. All the way across to Miller for Birmingham, and well wide of Lowe's near post that time. Hutton. Robinson after it, but Caboth is there for Birmingham. Morley. Nice check back inside, great use of the sole of the foot. All the way across to Miller. Miller, and Joy Lowe gets down again. Keeping the scoreline down now, the Bolton goalkeeper. Morley, oh, she's run herself into a little bit of trouble there in a sticky situation with Robinson. Robinson up to Tobin. And Adele is on for Birmingham. Incidentally, to replace the regular #1 shot stopper in Caboth. It's a sign that Birmingham are confident that they'll be able to go on and see this one through with the 3-goal advantage they have here in attack. But here's Hutton for Bolton on the attack. I'm sure it's much welcome minutes for Emma Dowling, the Birmingham goal, whose minutes on court have been limited so far this campaign. Bolton here with a corner. It's taken short back for Laura Tobin, but her left-footed effort was well high up and above the crossbar. Morley. Here's Dale. Dale through to Morley, rounds the goalkeeper, but against the near post. It's still there for Morley, and how has that not gone in? Behind for a corner. I think Hutton might have got the final touch on it. Well, Morley must be left bemused as to how she hasn't scored there. Off the post initially. There was still an opportunity at the follow-up. Yeah, Joy Lowe tried to scoop it out of the danger zone and against Hutton. You can laugh about it afterwards. But there's in not truth much to be pleased with for Bolton today. Hazel, foul by Robinson. All towards the back stick for Mulligan. Oh, it's against the post again. Donna Mulligan denied her hat-trick. Robinson. Robinson running into traffic in way of the Birmingham captain. Hutton. Only against Morley, and Morley has a runner ahead of her in the form of Dale. Dale looking for her second goal today. Can only prod it through though to Lowe, but that Donna Mulligan opportunity was one which I'm sure she would love to have back. What an introduction to the Birmingham score sheet that would have been if Donna Mulligan had completed her hat-trick there with her first 2 Birmingham goals today and very nearly making it 3. Still time, of course, for her to do that with the just under 4 minutes that now remain. Towards Morley at the back post there from Dale, and Morley wasn't able to make contact. Not significant contact anyhow. Hutton again with a good pass. She's been the standout Bolton performer for me today, Emily Hutton. And that's the other side of the coin of players being missing, isn't it? It gives an opportunity for other members of the squad to shine and show what they're worth out there on court, because perhaps opportunities have been limited for certain players across the season, and Goes for anything when players are absent. Here is Hutton. That time it's a poor pass though, and she's giving the ball away that time. Nips in to win it back though. Options both left and right here for Hutton. She might look to go alone. Hutton! Good save, Emma Dell. It was a strong strike from Hutton. And Dell makes the stop. That's exactly what I was trying to get across though, about the confidence really of Hutton to take that upon herself. Dell made the save with her right hand. Short to Morley from Dell. Morley did well there to find Mulligan. Good challenge. Two minutes and 47 seconds left to play before it looks as though Birmingham's 3 points will be confirmed. Miller. Last touch. Judge should come back off Birmingham's Alicia Miller, so Bolton get the decision. Of course Birmingham will want to win the league campaign, but they'll know all too well that it's more about the playoffs at the end of the season, those top four spots all battling it out to lift the silverware on finals day. Birmingham of course last year went through that particular path to get their hands on the trophy, didn't win the league season. Helvecia pipped them to the title in terms of the top spot, but Birmingham getting their hands on the trophy in the playoffs. They are the reigning champions. Here's Tobin against Miller. Tobin running into trouble, and Chloe Dale opted to take the effort on first time. It will be a Birmingham corner. Maybe could have taken a touch, as we see as it breaks back to Chloe Dale here, but wasn't going to turn down the opportunity to shoot, and why should she at this stage? Save actually from low to tip it over the bar. Was that a foul? The game's allowed to continue. Dale felt as though she was fouled. Mulligan involved in the tussle on the far side too. Looks as though she's going to be replaced here though for Birmingham. Oh, well, Hazem is on in the number 6 shirt. It's played towards her at the back stick. Hutton forward again for Bolton. Forced wide though, cuts it back only to Miller. Hazem ahead of her. Hazem clipped there by Robinson, and Hazem wins Birmingham the free kick inside their own half. And a yellow card I think is coming here as well. As it was shown to Robinson. So confirmation of that yellow card. Lily Robinson joining teammate Emily Hutton in the referee's notebook, but it shouldn't matter too much now given the limited time that's left. Robinson. Dell forward in search of Hazem, but she couldn't control the bouncing ball. Always there, always a regular member of the Birmingham squad, our Hazem, but the minutes always seem to be limited to the latter stages of games when Birmingham have results wrapped up. Options to the left here, and runners on the right for Bolton, as it was smashed goal bound instead by Libby Wright. That's a poor pass from Miller behind Morley as we move into the final minute. And now Lowe will step forward, and it begs the question really as to whether that should have been done earlier, but the long range strike very nearly making it 5 for Birmingham, as Lowe managed to get back to intercept really on its path to the empty net. But I just feel as though maybe to have got more control in this second half, Bolton could have tried to use Joy Lowe as a fly goalkeeper, or certainly more in possession inside her own half from kick-ins, for example. hasn't really worked out that way, although they'll probably be content with the second half, certainly in isolation. Mentioned earlier, and still the case, one apiece, the scoreline in isolation in this second half. It was the first half where things went wrong really for Bolton, but I'm sure they can take positives from this. Miller there with a strong challenge, sliding challenge as well. Hutton. Oh, it's sent forward and Dell makes the stop, and Dell is there to gather it the second time of asking as well from Tobin. Really good reactions from the Birmingham replacement goalkeeper. Did well there, Dell. Well, next for Bolton, they'll face Southampton Aztecs on the 11th of March as our Haysom managed to latch onto the end of that. It will be a Birmingham corner. So Bolton face Southampton Aztecs up next for them. And for Birmingham, they'll face a tough test against London Helvecia. Haysom goes for goal, and Haysom had an option there with Miller, but it was a good turn from Haysom away from the defender. Yes, the finish let her down, but there was a quality about the initial play. Tobin round the corner, nobody there for Bolton with 18 seconds left. Oh, it's a short throw out from Dell, which has given the ball away straight to Robinson. Corner. Bolton looking for another consolation. Would only be a consolation now at this stage. There the referee blows the final whistle, and that draws to its conclusion this fixture. And it does finish in favour of Birmingham, who look like favourites from the off and do go on to pick up all 3 points. 4-1 is the final score, with goals from first Hazel, then 2 from Donna Mulligan, meant it was 3-0 to the champions at the break. Chloe Dale made it 4 before Emily Hutton struck home a free kick from the edge of the penalty area. There's the final score, that's how it's finished. It's Bolton 1, Birmingham 4. Welcome back to the Andover Leisure Centre for the final game of the day as Southampton Aztecs take on London Helvecia. Looking forward to this one then. It should have an interesting dynamic to it because, as we'll see in just a moment, Southampton have a full squad here today and plenty of support on the far side as well. London Helvecia with just a couple of substitute options. Already today we have seen Bloomsbury held to a 1-1 draw with Hartpury, and Birmingham WLV overcame Bolton by 4-1. So let's see which way this one goes then. London Helvecia will be favourites for it, but Southampton, I'd imagine, will put up a real stern test against them today. Let's have a look at how the two teams line up then, starting with the Aztecs. They have in goal their skipper number 1, Lawrence Saylor. The rest of their starting lineup is made up of Kaylee Tonks, Alicia Povey, Rebecca Tonks and Laura Ingram, with the substitutes named as Rebecca Moody, Amy Maidment, Nicola Curtis, Hannah Walker, Mo Delaney, who is the substitute goalkeeper, Leah Harris, Becky High and Ruby Allen. Now coached by Will Wilson. For London Helvecia then, they start Amy Swift in goal today. Emma Tune, Charlotte Gurr, Arabelle Villas-Serene and Priscilla Martins are their starting team. Alicia Grimmond and Luisa Moreno Barista de Araujo are named as the two substitutes. Enrique Guillen still in charge of the London Helvecia women's side, despite having stepped away from the men's Tier 1 team. London Helvecia going into this game with 3 wins and a draw, as well as their 1 defeat to their name so far this season. That stands them in 3rd position on 10 points. Southampton still yet to pick up a point, rock bottom of the women's Tier 1. They have been competitive in many of the games they've played so far this season, though, Southampton. And they'll look to make things difficult today for London Helvecia, that's for sure. Let's see if they can do just that, since it's important that, from a Southampton perspective, that they start quickly in this one too. They need to get off to a flying start if they are to hold Helvecia at bay. Hasn't been quite the season that Helvecia might have expected, with those couple of mishaps, the draw and loss earlier on in the season, but still very much one of the top sides in the women's English game, and very much still a force to be reckoned with. The referees for today's game, by the way, are Harry Waldron and Andrew Thompson. The timekeeper is Ollie Rodriguez Ballinger. Looks as though Southampton will get us underway then. It's going to be their number 10, Rebecca Tonks, who gets the ball moving. So at the start of this first period of 20. Southampton who get the game going. There's Villas-Serene. Emma Tune, the captain for Helvecia. Sends it back to the number 5, Alicia Grimmond. That's changed the starting lineup by the looks of things for London Helvecia, so apologies for that, but it looks as though Alicia Grimmond is starting as one of the outfield players, it should be added. So often plays in goal for London Helvecia, a regular goalkeeper, Alicia Grimmond. In fact, we saw earlier today for Bolton, Libby Wright, the regular goalkeeper, have to take a place up amongst the outfield players. That's a back across to Priscilla Martins, and Lawrence Saylor is forced to make the save. Corner there taken short. Oh, it's into a dangerous area, and Amy Swift had to backtrack. Could have proved to be a problematic moment there for Helvecia and their goalkeeper. Amy Swift had to get back quickly to get that one away off the line. Priscilla Martins is allowed to continue. Appeals for handball. Militia Grimond went waved away by the officials. Tune still onto Martins. Martins forced to check back, tried to play it across into the penalty area. Did play it across into the penalty area, but there was Lauren Saylor. Grimond up to Priscilla Martins. This is Via Serene. Via Serene goes on. It's a good save by Saylor. Not sure how much she actually knew about that. And on the follow-up, Priscilla Martins is still there for Helvecia, and it's out and behind for the goal clearance. All the way long down court, and will be gathered by Amy Swift. It's the back of that hairy moment, but all order is now restored. Via Serene. Doing the ball away there to Leah Harris. This is Tonks. Tonks trying to skip by Emma Tune. Decision goes the way of Helvecia. Take a look again at that previous opportunity. It just wriggled through the legs of Amy Swift, didn't it? And she had to be alert to get back and pounce upon the ball. Did well in the end, the goalkeeper, to restore order of the situation. Saylor into the attacking half, to Povey. Povey looking to turn, couldn't turn though. Southampton kicking, taking it forward to Tonks. Tonks back to Povey. This is Via Serene. Tune. Via Serene tries to play it forward. It does reach Priscilla Martins, and now Via Serene again. Good challenge, Povey. Via Serene still there. Been given away to her opposite number 10 though. Rebecca Tonks. Ingram sends it up to Tonks. Kaylee Tonks, sister of Rebecca, out there today for Southampton. Up in search of Povey, but Alicia Grimond on hand to win it back for the London side. Now Tune with Grimond to her right. Tune goes on, skips by Povey. Grimond blocked away. Sent away as well, but only against Grimond, and out for the Southampton kick in. It stays 0-0. Given away there though to Via Serene, and with the net empty, that was risky. Saylor had to backtrack, and in the end the shot was off target anyhow, but don't want to be giving the ball away in those sorts of areas, Southampton, when the net is vacated. Grimond checks back from Povey. Cross to Martins. Martins for Helvecia, allows it to run all the way through there to Emma Tune. Tune looking in to get her toe to the ball was Rebecca Tonks, and Tonks still there for Southampton. Decision goes Helvecia's way though. Via Serene takes it in a stride and prods it high and wide. Good first touch from Via Serene, but not quite the quality to match with the subsequent shot to goal. Long downfield from Martins. Here's Tune. Under pressure from Ingram. Tonks has it. Oh, and the shot goal bound, it cannons back off the woodwork. And that's a let-off for Helvecia as it breaks for Emma Tune. Tune, though, tries to set it back, couldn't find a teammate, and Tonks has taken this quickly, looking for her sister, Rebecca Tonks, but it's out of play again. That prior opportunity, though, it rattled the woodwork. Short there to Emma Tune. To Via Serene, there's a runner to the right with Charlotte Gersh. Ger goes for goal. The goalkeeper got a fingertip to it to turn it behind. Important touch from the goalkeeper as well. Here's a replay off that chance. Had her body weight on her left foot there, the goalkeeper, so had to make the stop. Short to Tonks. Flick round the corner, but just too much on it. Five minutes played now at the start of this one. Enrique Grien watching on eagerly from the sideline of his Helvecia team. Around the corner for Tune there for Helvecia, and she's fouled there by Alicia Povey. Tune across to Via Serene strike. And the goalkeeper got a fingertip to it again. It might have been going over anyhow. Just making sure there, Lauren Saylor, that it definitely went over her bar. Set back for Tune. Comes for Tune again into a dangerous area. Oh, it's gone in. Via Serene with the final touch. Southampton can count themselves unfortunate, but Helvecia here do lead after what had been a bright start by the Aztecs. It bounced all the way through and through the legs of Lauren Saylor in the Southampton goal. 1-0 Helvecia. Via Serene the scorer, and she's on the score sheet again for the London team. From the set play, it ricocheted right around, and just there to prod it goal bound, wasn't she, Via Serene? It was enough in the end to turn it between the legs of Saylor. 1-0. And after a promising start, that's a heavy blow really for Southampton to have to deal with. Swift there opting to let it run all the way through. I'm not quite sure why. Maybe she thought she couldn't have that back there. Swift. Perhaps not quite accustomed to the ins and outs of that back pass law. Ger across to Tune. Back to Charlotte Ger. This is Tune. To Martins. Via Serene. Helvecia just happy to put their foot on the ball and maintain possession here. They have the goal advantage. Via Serene, the player who's given them that. Here's Via Serene again, back inside, lovely play. Martins denied only by Saylor. Excellent build up there though from Helvecia. Goes back to Saylor. And here's Rebecca Moody, Southampton, with a moment's respite and forward downfield for Kaylee Tonks. It breaks back towards Povey. And it's cleared away from behind the goalkeeper, Swift, who committed. Really lively game, this one. Tune trying to turn away there, and it will be a kick in on the near side. Priscilla Martins on the end of that effort, but it was the build-up play that was best of it, and Southampton have scored right from the restart. As we took a look at that replay, well, it all went wrong for Helvecia, and the header from Kaylee Tonks has beaten the goalkeeper Swift. Southampton back on level terms. It's one apiece. Kaylee Tonks the scorer, and that's the perfect response back to falling behind for the Aztecs. That shows their mental strength as well. Helvecia won't be happy with it. It's a terrible way in which they gave the ball away. They gave it away right from that kick-in, as we took a look at the replay of the prior opportunity, but Southampton took full advantage of it, and Kaylee Tonks, the player there to head home. There we go, long lofted, kicking forward after Helvecia wasted theirs. And just as simple as that, it's an excellent execution of the lofted pass forward. Swift came and committed, but was caught in somewhat no man's land, really. Povey running into trouble in the form of Tune. Martins up to Gurr, and saved well by Saylor. Set back for the skipper Emma Tune, but her effort is always rising. Set up nicely now though here, one apiece. When some might have thought that Helvecia would go on to score the game second, it didn't turn out that way. Povey advancing forward, but the ball ricocheting back off the Southampton number 9 there. Tune away from Amy Maidment. Gurr's on the end of it. Swept it goal bound, but just caressed the ball wide. Fed through the first line of the Helvecia defence, but it's out now on the near side. Still less than 9 minutes played. It's 1-1. Viasarin. Cross to Tune. Viasarin takes it in her stride and went for that second post option where Charlotte Gurr was. Just past Gurr and past the goalkeeper Saylor as well, out for the goal clearance. Saylor dishes that one long. Tune headed there, breaks for Povey. She's ended up down in a heap at the moment, the Southampton pivot, but Helvecia will continue. Here's Viasarin. It's for Gurr, and just wide of the bottom corner. Again, very close to finding that Lauren Saylor corner of the net, but that time just wide of her left-hand post. Viasarin. Viasarin up to Alicia Grimman, back to Viasarin. Tune. Tune forward to Grimman. Grimman prods it goal bound. It's saved away by Saylor. Gurr and Viasarin. It's wide again. Saylor with a good stop initially, but she did push it back out into the danger area. Probably because of the power behind, it couldn't have really done much more than that. Nearly a quarter of the game played now. Rebecca Tonks. All that pass is intercepted by Viasarin, but Moody takes control. Tonks again, back to Moody. This is Maidment. Up to Harris, good challenge. Militia Grimman there. That time for Helvecia. Moody sends it back to Lauren Saylor. Saylor slips it up to teammate and round the corner again for Harris. Harris taken away from her though by Grimman. Grimman, oh, nice set back, and it's a return ball which was meant for Alicia Grimman again. Viasarin, Tune, this is Gurr. Tune over the halfway mark for Helvecia. Grimman goes for goal, it's blocked though by Moody. always occupying that fixed role on the court for Southampton when she plays. She always seems to have an impact. Allowing that one to trickle wide of the far post, no danger. Moody will here be replaced by Laura Ingram, who started the game and is now back on. Saylor goes long in search of Tonks, but it runs all the way back through to Amy Swift. Saylor taking it into the attacking half, picks a good ball too, and that's left empty though as Saylor retreats back now. Grimmond tries to slip it up for Martins. Possession back with Southampton. Good to see their support on the far side. Tonks, Harris. I think the support that they have on the far side is testament to the good work that the club are doing as well. Really well-run club by everyone's point of view from the outset, Southampton. And even with their women's side in the Tier 1 this season. Well, we'll come back to that in just a moment as Priscilla Martins strikes for goal and it's turned behind by Saylor. My point was going to be that they keep turning up in numbers every week and keep competing despite the fact they yet to pick up a point. Martins there with the driven strike for a save which Saylor would herself expect to make, I think. Round the corner for Grimmond. It's deflected wide. Oh, nicely worked for Helvecia into Grimmond. Came the way of Gurr and she played the pass first time into Alicia Grimmond. Gurr goes back to Tune. Gurr again, Grimmond trying to wriggle free. It's there for Tune. Oh, against the bar and it comes back off Martins. Just bounced back off Priscilla Martins. Wasn't really a rebound effort as such. Unfortunate there though for Helvecia after Southampton struck the woodwork. Helvecia against the bar that time. 1-1 it stays. Gurr forward looking for the run of Priscilla Martins, but it's out of play. Take a look again at the replay. It was really tenacious work from Alicia Grimmond to slide the ball right into the path of the skipper Tune. Really unlucky with the final finish. Ingram, good ball over the top, and there is Rebecca Tonks. It's a good save that time by Swift. Set back for Harris and blocked away. Southampton are really causing Helvecia problems here though. Thought they might when the team sheets were presented, and it's proved to be that way. It's a really competitive game as that one's struck goal bound too. Wide of the target that time. Tune, poor pass. Uncharacteristic from Emma Tune, but it was also an unforced error. Oh, running into trouble there though, Ingram. This is Via Serene bearing down on goal. Via Serene, oh, she's missed it. Well, that's a let-off for Southampton. You can see the call from the Aztecs bench from the boss, Will Wilson, just telling his time to calm down a little, but it's also a let-off for the player who lost possession, Laura Ingram. Would have had her heart in her mouth as Via Serene bared down on the Lauren Saylor goal, but the finish just wasn't there that time. Expected it to ripple into the back of the net. Southampton breathe again. Sent long but only against the head of Tune. This is Gurr. Helvecia, you sense, just starting to up things a little bit now. Good challenge, Tune. Timeout is going to here be called for as well by the Southampton coaching team of Will Wilson and Sean Pye. Referee leaves the ball on the far side for the kicking when we resume. But so far, Southampton will be really content with how things have gone. You can see there the Helvecia squad, their small squad that they have today. Realistically, they only have the 4 regular outfield players available in Ger, Tune, Via-Serene and Priscilla Martins. Alicia Grimmon's obviously playing as an outfield player today, and she's more than capable in doing that. But a regular goalkeeper, Louisa Moreno, the substitute goalkeeper here in case Amy Swift needs to be replaced at any point. But it will be a tough task for them against a side like Southampton, who will keep going, keep working away at them. Yes, Helvecia have the players with the better individual technical quality, but Southampton are really becoming a strong group, a tight-knit group. When they've got so many players available to be used as they have today, it really is an advantage. Both sets of players then returning back out onto court. Action's being played live from the Andover Leisure Centre. And it's Saturday's play in the Women's Tier 1 of the National Futsal Series. Up to Saylor, good touch as well. Round the corner is nice. Here's Harris, but it's only into the side netting. Yeah, Harris has been on the end of a couple of the Southampton half chances. It will be a corner in actual fact. I thought that had gone straight out, and I think a couple of the Helvecia players did as well, by the way, in which they'd set up. They weren't set up at all for that corner, but Southampton not taking advantage. Tune feeds it up to Charlotte Gurr. Given away here though to Rebecca Tonks. Tonks feeds it wide right, but it was just too far ahead of the runner over on the right flank. Oh, that's a really poor kick in, and I think the expression on the face of the coach Enrique Guillen tells it all, really. Goalkeeper Swift had come forward and the pass was nowhere near any Helvecia player. Have to get it better this time, under no pressure again as Southampton retreat back inside their defensive 20 metres of the court. Via-Serene. Martins was just stretching as she tried to latch onto the end of it. Nicola Curtis, the number 8, is on for Southampton. Regular member of the first team squad. Here's Moody. Moody only against the Helvecia defender in Via-Serene though, and Curtis has been dispossessed as well by Martins. Across to Via-Serene, Helvecia maintain possession through Tune. Via-Serene towards the back post. It's been taken before reaching Martins. Had those two communicated better, then I think the Helvecia number 11, Priscilla Martins, might have had a tap in. As it were, Gurr just turning it tamely behind though for the goal clearance. Curtis to Moody, but they're caught in a 2v2 at the back here, Southampton. That's not what you want to find yourselves in. Harris and Rebecca Tonks were both ahead of the ball. That ball is rolling onto court. Via-Serene took it quickly. The referee maybe took a lenient view, and at the end of it, Martin scores. Well, you'd have to see it back as to whether the ball was rolling onto the court from the kick-in. But either way, the goal will stand, and Helvecia are back ahead here. Priscilla Martins with the first-time finish. Charlotte Gurr, the provider, and Martins, the scorer. 3 goals, 2 of them have gone the way of the London team. And that's another big blow for the Aztecs. Martins, who had that chance earlier on, didn't she, when she was denied by Saylor. No mistake that time in front of goal. Grimman desperately trying to keep it in there is Via-Serene, but it is behind for the corner. Southampton might look to try to take it quickly, but Helvecia now with all 5 bodies back defending. For Povey. Wasn't too far wide. Tune. Into Grimmond. Grimmond only against Moody. Might have struck the arm of Moody, but it was well in to her body. Here's Grimmond. Helvecia, nice play, but that time the substitute goalkeeper who's on, Mo Delaney, snuck onto the court there without me noticing initially, but her first involvement is to cut out that second post ball. She's a very adept young goalkeeper as well, Mo Delaney. The minutes have been increasingly shared between her and Lauren Saylor as this Tier 1 season has progressed. Delaney offering herself as an option on the far side. Oh, plays it through the legs of Helvecia as well, but she's giving the ball away. Here's Helvecia. Delaney slides in. Helvecia is blocked on the line by Moody. It's a let-off for the Aztecs again, but it's still there for Helvecia. Grimmond across to Martins. It wasn't convincingly dealt with by Delaney at the second time of asking either, but she did manage to gather subsequently. And there is what is actually the game's first foul, as Martins brings Kaylee Tonks to ground. It was good skill initially. It looked like good skill from Delaney to play the ball through the legs of the onrushing Helvecia defender, but maybe wasn't too aware of what was behind the first defender there, Delaney, and it nearly proved to be catastrophic. Up to Martins in search of Grimmond, intercepted by Moody. Here's Tune taking control again, as she so often does for Helvecia, but that's a loose touch from Helvecia. Povey's done really well to win the ball back. She managed to keep it in as well here, Povey. She prods it goal bound. Went for the toe-poked effort, and that time it didn't catch the keeper off guard. Did excellently well in her initial 1v1 battle, though, there, the Southampton pivot. Joined the club from Reading Royals in the summer, did Alicia Povey, I beg your pardon, where she was the top goal scorer in actual fact last season for the Royals. She's been a good addition to this Southampton team. Helvecia trying to feed it through for Tune. There's Curtis. Kaylee Tonks. Held up and disrupted well by Grimmond. The final touch coming back off Tonks too. Helvecia kick in, they've taken it short to Emma Tune. Helvecia up to Grimmond. Helvecia corner. Would be a very different feel to the game at the interval if Helvecia were to score again before half-time without response, you get the sense. A 2-goal advantage would really be a killer blow after this strong first half for Southampton. It's deflected again, that one behind for another corner. But if it is to be 2-1 with just over 2 minutes left of the first half to play, then Southampton, I think, can be content with that. It's not going to find goal number 3 with a shot like that. Could beneath the ball far too much. Up to Tonks, but it bounces away from her. Helvecia. Kaylee Tonks did well to cleverly just reset and win the goal clearance of Martins. Hannah Walker couldn't find Moody that time. Tune allowed to advance in her own half of the court again. Helvecia has given the ball away again, though.
On the big step, please. Thank you. When you're ready. One.
Moody spreads the play from right to left for Kaylee Tonks, and Tonks has won it back here. Tonks goes on, and it's saved by the on-rushing Helvecia goalkeeper. Swift came out, made herself big, made it difficult for Tonks to feed it past her, but again it was real tenacity to continue after the initial disruption, which momentarily seemed as though had taken the ball away from Tonks. Moody for the second post, it just went past Hannah Walker. Very nearly timed that to perfection, arriving at the back stick. Close to another Southampton equaliser. Moody did well. Serene takes it back to Tune. Final minute then of this first half. Helvecia 1 goal to the good, leading 2-1. This is Priscilla Martins. Martins away from Povey. And against the Southampton number 9 that time though, and it is out for the kick in on the far left. Martins back to Tune. Now Gurr tries to feed Priscilla Martins at the back stick. It breaks back for Via Serene. Via Serene against the head of Moody. That's a Southampton ball. This then the final game of today. Once we move into the second half after the half-time break, but we will of course have plenty more action to bring to you live tomorrow. Live on YouTube for pretty much the whole day, as there's a full schedule of fixtures in the men's Tier 1. Really looking forward to that. Here's Tonks. She's been dispossessed by Tune. Tune Gurrs to her left. Here's Gurr now, but didn't quite reach it. Delaney got there first in actual fact. Povey. She did well, and Povey looked to skip away from Martins, but in doing so has lost the ball. And it breaks back for Via Serene. Moody with the block. Not long left now for Helvecia. They'll have to be quick about things if they are to manage another strike on goal, but they're not. And there goes the buzzer to signal the end of the first half. Helvecia will be the happier of the two teams, but Southampton have really been strong in that first half for a side who are bottom of the league table and yet to pick up a point this season. They've really made it tough for last year's league winners. And at half-time, Helvecia are ahead, but just by the 1 goal. Apologies for that graphic there. The half-time score, it's Southampton Aztecs 1, London Helvecia 2. Welcome back then for the final time today for the second half of the final game of the day. The two teams have switched ends and the managers have been able to provide their half-time team talks. At the midway point, it's Helvecia who are leading by 2-1. Priscilla Martins, who scored her first goal of the league season in that first half. In possession there, here's Verceline. Forward to Tonks, around the corner back for Rebecca Tonks. And Martins was sent tumbling into goalkeeper Swift, but Rebecca Tonks off target with the effort. Southampton looking to continue where they left off in that first half, where they maintained a high standard in that first half, really. It's got to be their best performance of the season so far in that first 20 minutes. Rebecca Tonks, that time thwarted. It's uncharacteristic for Helvecia to look this open in defence as well. And that's credit to the way in which Southampton are finding a way through them. Moody, that time, got too much beneath it. They do have 8 substitutes named for this relatively close to home fixture for Southampton today. Martins. Verceline was arriving, but late. But I'd imagine the message from the Southampton boss at half-time would have been more of the same, please. Continue doing what you're doing. We've got a real good chance of taking something out of this game in way of their first points or point of the season. Tune up to Martins. Back though there towards Tune. Here's Martins again. Tune dispossessed though by Povey. And Povey is away here. There's an option to her left, but couldn't quite feed the pass across. Verceline, this is dangerous. Charlotte Gurr. Gurr breaks back for Gurr. Excellent block by Kaylee Tonks. Povey's back there to help out defensively, and Verceline sends it high. Brilliant sliding challenge that was from Kaylee Tonks as she got back to block the shot. Povey that time couldn't bring it under her spell. You have to say as well that the fast pace of the game in the first half probably suited Southampton better than it did Helvecia, not just because of the aforementioned situation with the substitutes that Southampton have, but also just the way in which Southampton like to play. They like to play the game at a high intensity, at a high tempo, and Helvecia probably, when succeeding, more often than not, just control games, have a constant sense of control about the possession, and that wasn't really the case in the first half. Here's Tune across to Gurr. Gurr forward to Tune, right in the corner for Martins. Martins, Verceline offers herself. Her loose touch though has given this away to Rebecca Tonks, and she's been set away. Gurr did well. Gurr did keep that one in play as well, by the way. Not to be confused with the blue lines. Here's Tune. Away from Moody. Gurr against Moody. It breaks though for Verceline. Verceline went alone. Had Tune behind her. It breaks back for the captain now. Verceline. Tune's an option again. It breaks for Tune. And it's wide of the target. It's another great opportunity for London Helvecia. They stay ahead, but they stay just one ahead. Good save initially from Saylor, who came down low to the ground quickly. Back on at half-time, the Southampton captain and regular number 1 shot stopper in place of Mo Delaney after her short stint at the end of that first half. Ingram tried to give that one back to Saylor, but Saylor still inside her own half, couldn't receive. Povey flicks it goal bound. Oh, it's off the post. Oh, so close for Southampton again. Here's Tonks up to Povey. Kaylee Tonks had the goalkeeper handled that outside of the penalty area. She certainly seemed close to the hard to see white line. Here's Martins. Well, it's all happening at the moment out there. Here's Tune. 2 players over towards the back stick. Martins, good save, Saylor. And now maybe Southampton are away. Intercepted though by Tune. There's got to be a goal at the end of this. Gurr. Just slows things down a little. Via Serene. Forced all the way back to halfway, but coming back to that opportunity that Povey had for Southampton. I think she had more time than she thought, as well. Went for a somewhat improvised flick goal bound. It had the goalkeeper beaten. Only against the post though. As we take a look again, it was Charlotte Gurr, wasn't it, who presented the opportunity on a plate, really. For Alicia Povey, was difficult with her back to goal. Ingram, well wide, and you can sense the frustration from Southampton's Laura Ingram as well. Here's Tune. Verserine, just too far ahead though of Martins. Mentioned that it was Priscilla Martins' first goal of the season with the strike at which she found the net in the first 20 minutes. Well, it was Via Serine's 4th. She is now Helvecia's joint 2nd top scorer for the season. Larissa Lorraine Costa Vieira is their top goal scorer, but she isn't involved today. Here around the goalkeeper, that goes, and Via Serene was close to it. Even closer though was Hannah Walker back there for Southampton. Right place, right time. Gurr towards the back stick, it breaks back towards Tune. Gurr controls again. Across to Tune, it's through the legs. Well, it's a head in the hands moment for the Helvecia captain. She won't want to see it back. Just flashed across the face of goal. Maybe too quickly for her to readjust her footing. Bemused though as to how we haven't had a goal since the restart in the second half now. Gurr, up to Martins. Sent forward for Southampton, but only back to Gurr. Gurr with Martins to her left, back to Gurr. That's another excellent block. It's last-ditch stuff again, this time from Amy Maidment. But it's brilliant defending once more too. Really good from the Southampton number 5 to block what would have been a certain goal. Go with the header off the corner. Well, not often that you see corners taken like that. It was almost a football style corner, wasn't it, really? With the ball into the box from the set piece and the header on the end of it. Martins places the ball on the line and Helvecia go again. There was that question, wasn't there, with the second goal. We'll come back to that in a moment because Martins is in again, but Saylor is down again to make the stop. Really good give and go play between Martins and Via Serene, with the former looking to get her second goal of the game. My point just prior to that was going back to the goal which Helvecia scored to make it 2-1. There was the question over whether the kicking was taken correctly with the ball that looked to be moving onto the court. It was hard to see from the camera angle. Didn't seem to be too many complaints from the Southampton players, but then again, in truth, they're not really a side to complain to the match officials too much. Via Serene, excellent ball. This is Tune, and again though, it's wide. Thought maybe it might prove to be the skipper for Helvecia that could find the corner, but shooting practice needed by the looks of things for Helvecia in training this coming week. Rebecca Tonks up against Tune. Out for the Southampton kicking. Forward it goes to Ingram. Ingram held up by Tune. Southampton kicking again. Back to Ingram. Flicked forward by Tonks, but only to Gurr. It's all very frantic now. Things just getting a little scrappy out there, perhaps. Seems that way. Tune. Vesterine with space to advance into here, the number 10. Oh, she's found the bottom corner. Well, she stepped forward with it and applied the finishing touch too. A powerful strike which seemed to evade the Southampton goalkeeper. Vesterine on the score sheet again. She has 2, Helvecia have 3. And that's a dagger to the heart of the Aztecs. Southampton can't say that there weren't warning signs there for them, though. Helvecia had certainly been knocking on the door. Gurr, Tune's on the overlapping run. Gurr forward to Tune, back across for Gurr, but it was just an inch away from where she was. This was the prior strike, maybe unsighted, the goalkeeper, but I think frustrated nonetheless either way. And it's really given Helvecia the momentum. Tune goes on, that time it's parried down and then collected. Leah Harris trying to advance down wide left for Southampton. Wins, the Aztecs are kicking. 12 minutes and change left to play in the final game of the day at the Andover Leisure Centre. Given away there though, direct from that kick into Gurr. Gurr across to Vesterine. Saylor sends it forward quickly. There's an urgency about it now for Southampton, but in truth there seems to have been an urgency about it for them ever since the get-go. Tune. Loose touch from Moody, should be disappointed, and immediately you can see there Kaylee Tonks signalling for a substitution. Long hard stint of work done out there on court. She'll take a place upon the substitutes bench for a much welcomed rest. Still on for the time being though, until Southampton have themselves a kick in. I think she'll be replaced here. Well, she looks as though she's going to continue. Certainly was asking to be replaced, but maybe Will Wilson pushing her on to see if she's got another couple of minutes in her legs before he opts to make that next substitution. Probably testament to the quality of player she is, really, and the importance to the team that she provides. No fouls in the second half, by the way, which is perhaps surprising given the intensity at which it's been played. Definitely been played in an honest manner though, and that's highlighted by that. Grimman places the ball on the line, and it's left for Vesterine, who actually comes around the blind side of the referee, and well, Tune is there. It's a cleverly worked kick-in for Helvecia. 3 goals up now, and well on their way to another big 3 points. Tune just arriving at the blind side of Leah Harris, in between Harris and Saylor. And the deftest of touches to turn it in. 4-1. It's a long way back now for Southampton. Vesterine up to Tune, back to Vesterine, looking for more here, Helvecia, hungry for more. They might still get it as well. It's Grimman, and she's on the score sheet too. 5-1 now to Helvecia, and this is threatening to unravel very quickly for the Aztecs. One touch and bang into the bottom corner. No chance for Saylor that time. goalkeeper turned goal scorer. Alicia Grimmond gets her first of the season. Moody. Too far ahead of where Harris was that time. Just goes to show that goals change games. That big moment for Helvecia, and the subsequent strikes have followed in quick succession. Still Southampton continue to retreat back. Wonder whether they'll come out to press at any point. Just ran between the lines of Grimmond and Gurr. The timeout is here going to be called by the Southampton boss. Probably a wise decision to call that timeout, but wonder whether in hindsight he might have wanted it a few minutes ago after the first Helvecia goal of the half went in, to make it 3-1, but since then goals for first Tune and then Alicia Grimmond too have turned this one from a tough ask into an extremely tough ask for Southampton to get back into. Helvecia's next fixture in the Women's Tier 1 will be against Hartpury on the 11th of March before they gear up to face Birmingham on the 25th. For Southampton, on the other hand, they'll face Bolton in Manchester on the 11th of March and then don't have another game scheduled until the 1st of May, when these two teams will again meet. We still do have a quarter of the game left to play. Is that a promising sign or a worrying sign for Southampton? It could be taken either way. Harris. Dispossessed there by Charlotte Gurr. Gurr against the left foot of Rebecca Moody. Out for the kick-in. Serene all the way through, but it was behind Gurr and too far ahead of Grimmond. Good ball up to Leah Harris. Out of play though on the far side, Helvecia kicking. We do of course have full fixtures for you, a full round in the men's Tier 1 tomorrow. Be sure to join us bright and early for the 10 AM kick-off of Loughborough Students and London Helvecia's men's side. Serene. Tipped over that time by Saylor. Following on from that early 10 AM kick-off tomorrow, we'll have Bloomsbury and York Vikings going head-to-head in the men's Tier 1, followed by Hartpury and Manchester, with Bolton and Wessex left to round off tomorrow's play. Trickles all the way through to Saylor though there, the Southampton goalkeeper. Nothing coming of that for Helvecia this time. Moody tries to feed it through to Leah Harris, who was still adamant that she was going to do her best to keep that in, but it was a lost cause. Just got a glimpse of Luisa Moreno as well. The London Helvecia substitute goalkeeper going through her warm-up on the near side, so she might be introduced relatively soon. That's towards Tune. Saida was close to the edge of the penalty area then, because it's not the red line. As I mentioned before, it's hard to see that checkered white and red tape line for the penalty box, but must have been close to the edge of it as she came out and took control of the situation. She did that to her credit. Martins only against Harris. Harris did well to maintain possession. This is Maidment. Cross to Moody. Again with too high up the court. Southampton. I just wonder what the message was in that timeout from Will Wilson. The side have now really got to be more adventurous and try desperately to get back into the game, and I wonder if there was a mention of using Lawrence Ayler more as well. She's forward here in the attacking half, but Harris has been dispossessed via Serene, away from Maidment. Oh, excellent ball up to Grimman, but it just ran away from her. Looked precise at initial viewing, but just too much on it in the end. Tune. Under pressure again from Harris, but Tune uses her vast experience. Hugely experienced player, isn't she? Played in the English top flight of the sport for so many years now. Martins. Through the legs of Povey. Martins goes on it. Ricochets back off Saylor. Harris couldn't keep it in play. Just over 7 minutes left to play, but with every passing second that the ball is in play, Helvecia are edging ever closer to marching on towards a big 3 points. Tune. Simple that time for Saylor. Up to Moody at speed again, but Southampton never seem to try to just put their foot on the ball and take the sting out of things somewhat. It's always high tempo. Via Serene loses out that time to Harris, but again her immediate thought was to try to go on the attack. Martins exchanging passes with Tune. This midway area of the court though is a playground really for Helvecia though at the moment, if Southampton are going to allow them the possession there. Grimman sets it back for Tune, but it didn't quite reach her, and then those two not quite on the same page as Grimman had the extra touch to try to set it into the path of Tune. In the end, inadvertently took it away from where the skipper was. Saylor. Povey. Challenge via Serene, but running out of room. Saylor is again forward into the attacking half. We haven't yet seen Mo Delaney this second period. Here's Saylor. Nice forward pass. This is promising. Across the face of goal it goes, but it's a first involvement for the Helvecia substitute goalkeeper, Luisa Moreno, who got down quickly. Martins. Here's Tune. Martins. Again, it's just controlled possession, isn't it, for Helvecia? If they wanted to, if Southampton are going to stay at half court, well, Helvecia, I was about to say, keep it all day, but they've given it away. Tonks rounds the goalkeeper and prods it in. And there's still 5 minutes to play as well. Southampton bring us back to 5-2. Back to 3 behind. Brilliant composure in front of goal there, Kaylee Tonks. Did so well what Helvecia have squandered on a number of occasions with the composure. to round the goalkeeper and find the finish. Kaylee Tonks scores again. Both the goals for Southampton today have gone her way. And again, probably a sign as to why Will Wilson was so intent on keeping her on court earlier on. That's a frustrating one as it runs away from Saylor. (2-1) it was to Helvecia at half-time. 5-2 they lead now. Southampton supporters on the far side who've turned up in number, given something to celebrate in the second half with that latest Kaylee Tonks goal. Fiassain keeps it in. Across the blue line, but not the red and white. Here's Gurr, but the referee's whistle goes. And it will be a free kick for Southampton for the foul there on Povey. First foul of the half, with just over 4 minutes left to play. Oh, appeals for handball, and it has been given. This is going to be a spot kick. Well, it shows you how quickly things can change. Referee Andrew Thompson was in no doubt on the far side. And Southampton to have the opportunity from the 6-metre spot kick. It's a 6-metre penalty here. And it looks as though the goalkeeper, Lauren Saylor, is to take. And Helvecia keeping Luisa Moreno on, as she will desperately try to save it. Big moment this, because if Lauren Saylor can score, then it might be game on again. It's goalkeeper against goalkeeper. Can Saylor turn goal scorer? She steps up right-footed and buries it into the bottom corner. The skipper took on the responsibility, and with good reason too. It's 5-3. No need for Helvecia to panic, but it might just plant the seeds of doubt in their minds. Not if they can get one immediately at the other end, though. Martins checks away from Curtis. Oh, it's still there for Martins, and Fiassain has somehow missed. Well, it would have been a pressure reliever had Fiassain scored there for Helvecia, but didn't prove to be the case. Just slashed at it, maybe lashed at it with her right foot. And the clock is running down, and it might be the clock that comes to Helvecia's aid, because Southampton are on top. The pendulum has very much now swung their way. And again, just going back to the mental credit that gives Southampton as well, the way in which they've managed to bounce back from 5-1 down. It looked a lost cause. Southampton just carried on, continued about their business, carried on playing the way they had been. I was questioning whether they should come out and press higher up the court, but Helvecia were maybe naive enough, is that fair to say, to continue to try to attack and go for more goals, and look what's happened to them now. Curtis into Tonks, round the corner for Kaylee Tonks, oh, just wide. Well, what a goal that would have been, and what a moment it would have been to score it too. Helvecia are all over the place here, but it looks as though there is going to be a change made, and Alicia Grimmond is coming on in goal. Whether she'll be used as a regular goalkeeper or more as a fly goalkeeper to run the clock down, we'll see. Tune. Curtis now pressing high. And it looks as though Grimmond will go out onto the far side, and Helvecia will look to relieve possession, but there's no room for error if they're going to play this way. It's that risk versus reward strategy, and the reward from it would be if Helvecia can run the clock down. Gurr. Grimmond. Fiassain forward to Grimmond, space ahead of her as well, but she'll happily keep possession with Fiassain. Fiassain will go for goal though. Saylor makes the stop. 3 minutes to play. And 5-3, Helvecia still ahead. Fiassain, Martins. Back for Fiassain. been a really good game, this. Perhaps in truth, against what might have been expected ahead of it. But ultimately, the only difference between the teams on the scoreboard at the moment came with those 2 goals in quick succession after the first in the second half. And there's still time here for Southampton. Saylor, good ball to Tonks, but the touch took it too close to Tune. Kaylee Tonks leaves it for Rebecca Tonks, and it is in! Nicola Curtis! And is the comeback on here for Southampton? Could there be a grandstand finish? Helvecia called the timeout minute, and with good reason to do so as well. 5-4. Wow, well, with Nicola Curtis's goal, that really does set the finish up nicely. Her first goal of the season. It's come at a big time, that, and if you go back to the opportunity which Kaylee Tonks had too, on another day, that could have proved to be the equaliser. Now what do Helvecia do? Do they continue about their way with Alicia Grimman playing as the fly goalkeeper? Of course, she is a regular goalkeeper, but she's not been playing as a regular goalkeeper today. She's not got the regular goalkeeping pads on, and just as I say that, it looks as though she's taken some knee pads from the sideline and will continue in goal. So Grimman returns back out onto court. And Southampton here with 2.5 minutes to find themselves another goal without response, which would provide them with their first point of the season, and what a valuable one it would be too. Helvecia will look to keep possession, surely. Up it goes instead though to Gurr, and across to Martins. It's deflected and away. On the follow-up though, it's in, and Charlotte Gurr has struck again for Helvecia. A big goal at such a big moment. Southampton ran ragged at the back, and it's such a killer blow that time. 6-4. And you'd have to say now that Helvecia will be on their way to the 3 points, going back their way. Grimmond in search of Priscilla Martins. Martins brings it down. Back it goes to the latest Helvecia scorer, and Gurr via Serene, away from the first challenge of Ruby Allen, who's on for Southampton 2 now. Throwing everything at it, Southampton, at these late stages. Delaney sweeps it forward, long down court. Tonks, Rebecca Tonks that is. Now Kaylee Tonks, up to Allen. Inside and back towards Allen, but too far ahead of her run. A couple of members of the Helvecia bench with a nervous look towards the clock on the near side. It reads 1 minute and 20 seconds. And they're getting much closer now, Helvecia. And they'll feel much more comfortable about it too. Delaney lofts it forward for Ingram. Ingram again. Gurr though has it back for the London team. Cross to Tune. Tune, poor pass that time. It's been given away to Rebecca Tonks. Ricocheting around all over the place, and Ingram would have been there had Grimman not been. 45 seconds, Helvecia 2 up. And they'll surely now see this out. Such credit to the display for Southampton, but again, it's going to be the same outcome. Here's Gurr, Up to Martins. Can it get better for Helvecia? Martins rounds the goalkeeper. Oh, it's against the post. Gur will go for goal and find it again. Game, set and match for London Helvecia. When just a couple of minutes ago it looked like it might not be. Charlotte Gur has really taken on the responsibility though, and a couple of goals in quick succession for her. 7-4 now. And credit as well to the timeout which Enrique Guillen called. It's worked wonders. That was a late challenge from Gur, but the players allowed to continue. And there the buzzer sounds to bring us to its conclusion. Well, the loud round of applause from the Southampton supporters over on the far side does their performance justice. The scoreline, they'll maybe feel doesn't. Helvecia in the end win by 3 goals, 7-4 is the final score. But Southampton made it really difficult for them from the off. Helvecia were 2-1 up at the break. And at one point, with just a couple of minutes left to play, Southampton did bring it back to 5-4. Let's look at the key moments. So this is how the games have finished then in the Women's Tier 1 today. The full-time scores, it's finished Bloomsbury 1, Hartpury 1, Bolton 1, Birmingham WLV 4 as they open up a gap between themselves and Bloomsbury at the top of the table. And London Helvecia, as we saw there, running out 7-4 winners against Southampton in the end. So on a day when Bloomsbury stumble and Birmingham march on, Helvecia gain ground too. Make sure you do join us tomorrow when we'll have that full fixture list for you in the men's top flight. But for now, from the Andover Leisure Centre, thank you for joining us, and it's goodbye.
Entertainment.